Good afternoon and welcome to the 180th Muskingum County Fair in Zanesville, Ohio. Looked very ominous the last couple days of getting this card in, at least today's card on Sunday. But we've got a dry track. We've got some clouds in the sky, and some perfect weather forecasters have told me we're not looking at any rain until 4:30, 5 o'clock. So with a 11-horse card today, I think we got a good chance of getting all these races in. Don Tiger, Steve Taylor, and the one, the only, that Barry guy, Barry Vickroy, with us today, helping out on the OHHA. Ayers Ratliff will be making the calls up top. And I did see Mike Wilkenberg here, so we've got all-star connection with the starting gate. So we're all off into a good day. How are we doing today, Barry?
Good, and that's not just a Mike Weckenberg starting gate. That is Mike Weckenberg that's here.
Yes, Mike Weckenberg is in the starting gate. So I always like to see Mike. Mike keeps an eye on our broadcast as well. So, but a good day today. Good betting here at Zanesville. If this is the first time you're tuning in, we do get some nice pulls over here. I already saw that about $200 in a win pool. It's one of the fairs outside of our big fairs that actually do get some money to pump through the windows. Obviously, Urbana had some nice handle the other day with the Buckeye Stallion Series. The only day they got off was Monday. But Zanesville here today. This is the McClellan's local fair. Dick McClellan will be here. He's got some horses in today as well. And the Watakers as well. This is their hometown fair. They're always represented with a couple entries. But fun place to be. No better place to be than in Zanesville with my buddy Barry Vickroy, the other half of my battery.
Yeah, it was. It's a beautiful town. It's kind of isolated because we're away from Columbus. We're not even anywhere close to Cincinnati, but Cleveland up north and Pittsburgh to the east. So this place is probably the biggest town in the middle of all of those. So a lot of local people coming out here. Nice crowd.
The other nice part about being over here from a guy from Pittsburgh, they have a Roosters in town. So I get to stop over Roosters and get me some wings afterwards. Like, that's a staple. When Don Tiger makes it to greater Columbus area, he doesn't go home without partaking in Roosters. I don't think it's a publicly traded company, but if it was, I might buy in, Steve, because I do love their wings.
Yeah, they're not little either.
Those monsters.
Big old wings. We have one about 3 minutes from the house. So
I bet you've been there a few times.
Once.
Okay. All right.
A week.
The sun's actually shining out here today too, so we're probably going to be giving you a post braid here shortly. I do see at least 2 or 3 4 horses on the track, so we'll get a post braid, and then me and Barry will give you a rundown of all the participants today.
I think that we have got 6 of 7, which is how it usually works out at the fair. We're usually waiting on one person.
Always one person. Me and Barry were talking a little bit off the air. Barry, former minor league baseball player. Myself, former minor league baseball player. I don't know. One of these days I might, I'm starting to build my own horse racing fantasy baseball stable because Corey Diermont, we talked about him. He's a lefty. Me and you are both righties, right? Or you're lefty too. So
yes,
Barry's a lefty. Diermont's a lefty. I'm a righty. We've got 3 of our 5 guys in our rotation. We need 2 more. So if you're out there in the horse racing world and you want to join our team, maybe we'll play in an old man's league one of these days. I know they have ones in Vegas where 50 and up. Maybe we'll wait and do it, right?
I can't even throw anymore.
One of my buddies I used to pitch with, this is how, they can't see it on the air, but this is how he eats.
Yeah.
Because his arm is shot, so he has to flip his arm up to eat because the day after pitching, and me and Barry can attest to this, you can't move your arm if you've thrown 120 pitches. Like, your arm hangs from your shoulders.
120, why'd you only go 6 innings?
No, in the new era of baseball, if you went 120 innings, something's wrong because you'd have to have a complete game shutout or something. They baby these guys after 60, 70 innings, the 5th inning, they're gone.
Somebody was pitching the other day against the Reds, and they were celebrating because they were like, this is his longest outing of the year. He threw 98 pitches this year. I was like, that was warm-ups when I played. Maybe that's why the elbow didn't last.
Barry has some great stories, too. He pitched against Florida State. Troy, we were talking about all the major leaguers that he faced. Eduardo Perez was 1 for 3 off Barry. So that means Barry got him twice, which I like. We were also talking a little bit about – we had a good trivia question, Barry. We're going to bring you on this because you're a baseball guy here. This was back at Cortland. How many Cy Youngs did Nolan Ryan win?
None.
Yes. See, you knew that immediately because you're a baseball guy. Hard to believe. No, but he was an innings eater. Struck out a lot of guys. He never had that perfect statistical season, except the one year that he probably did have the stats That was the year the Orioles won the World Series, and Jim Palmer was like 20-3, but Palmer had an ERA maybe a point higher than his and a WHIP maybe 20 points higher than his. That was Nolan's great statistical year, but that was when he was with the Angels and they were 15-15. Like, they didn't have a very good team. But for the guy that's the strikeout king and all he did over all those years, hard to believe he's never won a Cy Young.
Yeah, he was always one of the best. Had a pretty good right hand too. If you didn't like getting pitched up and in, Robin Ventura. So old Texas boy from the country.
This brings up a good point. I always like to ask this. In Barry's day, did we ever plunk anybody on purpose, Barry?
Yes.
Yes, I did too. It's part of the game, right?
Yeah. Not at their head though.
No, never at their head. I have a funny story for you. We had one of our second basemen got spiked one time, and I told him I would take care of it when the kid got back up. The kid got back up. I threw at him. He jumped out of the way. I threw at him again. He jumped out of the way. It took 3 times for me to get him.
When something like that happens, just wear it. You know it's coming. Just wear it. That's all. These I was looking over the program when I first got up here, and some not just some good fair colts in here. There's some horses that have done some good in the Buckeye and the Sire Stakes as well.
Oh, yeah. We got a good fair, and we're going to send up to Ayers for the post parade.
Sponsored by Muskingum County Sheriff's Department. Purse of $7,275. Southern Valley Colt Circuit, 3-year-old colt and gelding pacers. Win Play Show, Daily Double, Exacta, Quinella Trifecta. 1 is Just a Legend, Dylan Fagan. 2 is GC's Legend, Christian Myers. 3 is Dragon Sigh and Brady Clemens. 4, Honka Honka, Sam Widger. 5, Suma Guy with Michael Lowe. 6, Jurassic Taxman, Derek Flowers up. And the 7, Tsunami King, Andre Nerid in the sulky.
Here's your field for race number 1. 3-year-old colt and gelding pacers. First division of 2, 72-75 on line 1. Just a Legend. Brett Schwartz changed, but Dylan Fagan has the lines. This one's owned by Brett Schwartz, Racehorse Express in Wilderbing. This one's still maiden, 0 for 31, but 10 of 17 on the board. Already made $22,000, so certainly knows his way around the track. Does draw the coveted rail here, but he's 30-1.
Yeah, he's Jen and I like to say it's either downs. He likes to come to the dance, but he doesn't dance very often. A little camera shy. The 2, GC's Legend. Bit of a legend. Kevin Mead owns and trains. Christian Myers, good young driver, 23 years old. Does the duties. This is a horse, on the other hand, that loves to win. 13 for 24 in his career, 7 of 14 last year, 6 of 10 this year, and a winner last out at Athens in 56-1. That's a pretty good mile.
3-horse Dragon Sigh, Mary Dawson owns and trades. Brady Clemens has the lines today. Another maiden here, 0 for 15. This one hasn't been as successful on the board. Only 3 of 6 this year and 6 of 15 lifetime. Just under $10,000 in earnings. Again, inside post should help, but this one's another rank outsider at 30-1.
Honka Honka's the 4. Rosie Weaver and Sam Widger team up to catch the fire. 11 of 21 in his career. 5 of 11 this year. He's won 2 in a row at Mansfield and Jefferson. Saw Sammy buying a program earlier. He was getting a couple programs. I said, what do you need those for? You're just going to leave with everything. Yeah. So probably Christian Myers is going to give way to Sammy in the first turn and yield to the veteran, but those two will battle for the lead into the turn.
5-horse Suma Guy, Mike Loans owns, trains, and reigns, co-owns with Athena Lowe. Another maiden, 0 for 13 here, 2/3 on the season. Made a break last time out at Mansfield. Prior to that was a good 4th at Athens. Shows breaks on half of the charted lines here. This one's still learning, getting educated. Another rank outsider at 19-1.
Second tier, inside second tier, Jurassic Taxman, Derek Flowers for Roshan Trigg. Timothy Williams owns the son of Fool Me Once. Just a 6 start, got a 2nd and a 3rd at some out-of-state fairs, I believe, there, but has kind of figured it out last time out, 2-1 at Athens. We'll see how this one does. Should get a good start there from a good group to follow from the second tier.
7-horse, rounding out the field, Tsunami King. Andrew Nerid trains and drives this one for Waldecker Racing, co-owns with Eric Nesselrode. 4 of 8 on the season in the winner's circle, 6 of 8 in the exacta, $34,000 earning. Look at that snappy mile, 5 back, 51 over at the Meadows in a non-winner of 3. Followed that up, 2 back at Northfield, and all-winner of 4 with a 53 mile. This one's got some speed, some go. We'll have to navigate the second tier. But other than that, this one looks live as well, and he's 5-2 on the tote board. That's your full field of 7. Quick look at the wagering. Hunka Hunka 3-5, and co-second choice is Tsunami King and CG's Legend. $198 in the win pool here. We do have daily doubles. If you're close, come on out and enjoy the races with us today. Great place to come to. If not, we'll be back here tomorrow at 2 p.m. Also can find our programs at harnessracingohio.com, harnessracingohio.com. Can look and follow along with us in the programs for today's races. Great food options as well. With that said, we're getting ready to kick off the meet of the Muskingum County Fair. We're going to send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the call of race number 1.
Recall here in the first.
There we go. So they're going to give us more airtime, Barry.
Not sure what that one was for. The number is at 3. I'm not good with saddle pads. Not having a good year with saddle pads for me.
No, we've had this discussion with a lot of people. That has come up.
We did get new ones at Scioto, so now you can, I'm old, but now I can tell the difference between the numbers. That looked like maybe.
Low.
Suma guy, they'll get that fixed, and we'll be racing momentarily. If you get shut out of the first race, you only have yourself to blame.
Very true. You only have yourself to blame, as Ayers Ratliff would say. The other neat thing about being in Zanesville, it's one of my favorite fairs. The barns are right behind the track. So as you can see, they come through the crowd to get in and off the track. So very much like Delaware, very fan-friendly, where you get to see these equine athletes up front. And like you mentioned in the first race here, we've got horses that are actually competing in Buckeye Stallion Series, and not just competing, but successfully competing, like Hunka Hunka and the CG's Legend. These are horses that have won multiple races here at pari-mutuel tracks as well. So we really got some good flesh here today.
It used to be unheard of that you would see a horse at the fairs unless it was like a special hometown invitation or something like Tsunami King that's won in 51, 53 already on a half-mile track this year.
You've heard of a horse called Action Uncle, right?
I have heard of him.
He raced here.
Well,
Yep.
I was here 2 years ago when Sugar Instead
Raced here as well.
hometown fair and got a
Yep.
track record.
Correct. So, like, the cool part about it, especially Mr. McClellan, he's a little bit like me. He does like to support the fair, especially his local one. Makes it nice for the fans, too. Sometimes people always can't get out to the pari-mutuel venues, depending on where they're located. And you get to come out and see some pretty good horse flesh.
I never knew him, but I had heard the name a number of times. He was chairman of the Ohio Standardbred, and he's held a number of prestigious titles in Ohio harness racing. So I knew the name, but I didn't know the man. But since the new grandstand went up at Scioto Downs a couple of times, he and Larry Wills, who partner up on some horses, they bought some of the banquet rooms there on the same level, and I've got to know him over the past couple of years. What a good guy he is.
Super good guy. I've been in his office. He's right in town. His office is in town. Very nice guy. Loves harness racing, too, and supports it. Take 2, as you hear Ayers Ratliff make the call there. This time it looks like they're all headed to the gate safely on their way up. Remember, we score 5 across here, 2 trailers, the 6 and the 7. We'll be looking them over from the second tier. Odds haven't changed. Hunka Hunka, 3-5 as they head to the gate here. Send it up to Ayers for the call.
$175, 82 degrees. The track is fast, and it's post time here at the Muskingum County Fair.
On the 7.
They're off into pacing, and it's Hunka Hunka crossing right over with the lead. In their second, Just a Legend. GC's Legend is there in third. Off stride mid-pack, Jurassic Taxman. As they move on into the backstretch, Dragon Sai is there in fourth. An early fifth, Tsunami King. Then it's Suma Guy, and after the break, the Taxman can see them all as they go to the opening quarter here. And Hunka Hunka, he's on go. He leads the way by 3.5 lengths, 27-4 as they move around the turn. Hunka Hunka is the leader. Just a Legend is there in second. Over there to be third is GC's Legend. Suma King is in fourth. Over there fifth is Dragon Sai. Then we have Suma Guy in the trailer, Jurassic Taxman moving here by the half, and Hunka Hunka, he's going to a fire on the lead, 56-4, moving around the turn. Honka Honka leads the way. Here comes GC's Legend. Up to the outside now, trying to reel him in second. Along the inside third is Just a Legend. Tsunami King is in fourth as they continue on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race. And Honka Honka has the lead. They're in second, GC's Legend. 3/4, 1:26 and 2 in and around the final turn. And the leader is Honka Honka. In their second is GC's Legend. Tsunami King is up to third. They're at the top of the stretch and a drive for the wire. And how impressive is he? It's Honka Honka, who is absolutely rolled on him here. Honka Honka will win. GC's Legend there in second. Tsunami King is third. Time of the mile, 1:56.
156, Barry. I know you come from a speed track at Scioto where we see 49 miles all the time, but I can tell you from being here for the past 5 years, we don't normally see 56 miles at Zanesville.
Yeah, this guy was actually a steal at the Ohio Select Sale, just $12,000, and his damn better love. Next time she raced at Virgil Morgan Jr. Barn, she was the best filly mare open pacer at Scioto Downs for 3 or 4 years. There was a few that were really good at that time that I think Ronnie Burke, Mark Weaver, had one at the time. I want to tell you, Real Diva.
Yes,
she raced in there. I think Tommy Paver raced her at Scioto Downs, but then for Knox Services. But then Ronnie's been getting the babies. But better love next time. She was outstanding. $12,000. The first couple babies out of her weren't much, but obviously this guy, he got a little bit of engine. He's a little more like Mama.
Yeah, big engine now. 12 of 22 lifetime. This one was a great 2-year-old. This one was 6 of 10. Now makes it 6 of 12 as a 3-year-old. Bumps the earnings up here to a little over $25,000. But there's no doubt this son of Catch the Fire, you're going to see him at pari-mutuel tracks.
When we saw him at Scioto last year, he took that mark 52 and 3 last year. So when Honka Honka would win at Scioto Downs, we're playing Honka Burnin' Love by Elvis Presley.
The best DJ in the business, horse racing business, Barry Vickroy. I'll never put anyone up. I'll put him up against anyone.
I always say that when I'm going for a race. I'm like, there's announcers that are better than me, but nobody can do what I do.
How's that work with Jason?
No, it doesn't do. Nah. Do you want paid or not? Yeah, I want paid. Okay. I told you Sammy didn't need a program. He was just going to leave with everything.
Coming back in front of the stands, the fastest horse to ever race here at the Muskingum County Fair just shattered the track record. It was 1:57 and 1. It's now 1:56. Honka Honka, his third straight win, his 6th of the year, a 3-year-old bay-gelded son of Catch the Fire. At a Better Love next time by American Ideal, owned by Wayne Mass Jr., Eden Akers, S. Miller, Darren Harvey, Rosie Weaver trains, Sam Widger drives, 1:56, a new track record. Race 1 trophy by the Muskingum County Sheriff's Department. Just a Legend was 4th. GC's Legend was 2nd. Dragon Size 7th. Honka Honka, the race winner. Sumagai 6th. Jurassic Taxman 5th. Tsunami King was 3rd. Recheck top down 4, 2, 7, 1, 6, 5, 3 on the bottom, 27 and 4, 56 and 4, 126 and 2, new track record 156.
You don't get the biggest payoffs at the fair, but 320 for a horse like him, boy, you could have really unloaded on. Could have made some steak sandwich money right there.
A couple weeks ago, I was at Mansfield, 2 back in the program. Darren Harvey drove him that day, and he went off an $8 winner. Yeah. And I was shocked because, I mean, this horse has been very good. In this field today, the 2 or the 7 would have towered over the field in Mansfield if he wasn't in there. That tells you how soft he was, and he paid $8 to win that day. So you can get some value at these fairs for sure. Now, I'm not the perfect statistician like some of you guys are, but I knew that was a quick mile. But I did not know. We lowered the track mark by one whole second and a tick. So
57 and 1 to
56 flat. That's pretty good. That's a great way to start off the meet and start off the day. Race 1 is official. 427, 320 to win. Takes us to race number 2. We've got all 5 signed on. We'll tell you more about that race after these brief messages.
They're often racing in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. Catch the excitement of Ohio harness racing at one of the county fairs in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. For over 150 years, people have gathered at county fairs to cheer on their favorite racehorses. Keep the tradition alive. Visit one of the 10 fairs in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit this summer. Horses, racing, and winning. It's the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. 10 great fairs in southeastern Ohio.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to the Muskingum County Fair in beautiful Zanesville, Ohio. Don Tiger, Barry Vickroy, Steve Taylor bringing you 11 action-packed races, and we just brought you a track record performance by Hunka Hunka. It's going to be hard to keep up with this pace through the day, but we're certainly going to try. Takes us to race number 2 here.
We got 2-year-old filly trotters, first division. A field of 5 in here. See some chicken scratches on a few of these, a couple to the inside, but the outside, 2 horses look like they've been doing pretty good.
Yeah, not a bad field. This is what I always call owner's race because everybody gets a check here today. Everybody gets a slice of the $5,000. Current betting favorites, we do have the 1 at 3-2 and the 5 at 1-2. Miss Runner, again, Derek Wadaker, local guy. They're always well represented here, either driving, training, owning, him and Lionel, as well as the McClellans. It's their home fair. They usually knock down numerous pots, win a bunch of races over here.
Brett Schwartz has brought a bunch over, I saw from, he's centered at Washington Courthouse, so he's got a bunch in here today, too. I always like to tease Dylan Fagan drives for him, and you can see that I don't get outside very often, so I have really white legs. And I tease Dylan because his are skinny legs. So I always say, man, it's too bad what happened to your legs. And he was like, what happened to him? I'm like, no, look at him. Nothing happened to him, but look at him. Yeah, I was going to tell you, too, before the first race, we talked about pitching against Eduardo Perez when he was at Florida State when I was in college.
Yes.
Years after that, take a girl on a date. Because after I got hurt, I was really sour because I couldn't play anymore. So it hurt more to watch than it did to just not watch. So I didn't follow baseball. I didn't know who was where. But we decided we'd go to a Reds game. We go to the Reds game. We're sitting there. They were playing the Florida Marlins at the time. I think they're the Miami Marlins now. Or
they'll always be the Florida Marlins to me, but I know.
They're announcing the starting lineup in left field, number 24, Eduardo Perez. I said, oh, I can't believe this. And she was like, what? I said, I struck that guy out in college. He's making millions of dollars, and I'm sitting here. I mean, I'm sitting here with you. That's not bad, but I had to catch myself. But
yes,
yeah,
that would have been a tough one to tell her.
Go to the Reds game. The guy starting in left field for the other team you struck out in college. It's
Is that your most famous guy that you've struck out that you know?
No, Darryl Boston in the minor leagues.
Okay.
Debo played for the Red Sox and the White Sox for the most part that I know of. He was player manager for, give me a second and I'll think of it, the Regina Cyclones.
Okay.
We were the only team we were in Grand Forks, North Dakota. We were the only team in the States. Everybody else was in Canada. We played like Brandon, Moose Jaw, Regina, Saskatoon. Those were some bus rides now.
I know me and you have talked about this before, but we would both agree with that statement. If you ever do want to watch a depiction of minor league baseball, watch Bull Durham.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's how it is. You travel from place to place, and I know a couple times when people always ask me, like, because I was a former pitcher like you, what do the managers come out and talk to you about? And I'm like, life. Rarely about pitching sometimes, but life.
Moose Jaw owned me. We're playing in Moose Jaw. I start. I get through the first 3 innings clean. 4th inning, it's like hit, single, double, walk, double, single, and the next thing you know, it's 4-3. Then I give up a bomb, and then the next guy comes up and I give up a bomb.
So now you're in really bad shape.
Manager was Mark Slemmer. He used to be a head coach at University of Dayton, and he comes out and settle down. We got 2 outs here, and just get us out of here. We're all right. No big problem. Next pitch to the next guy, bomb. That's back to back to back.
3 jacks.
He immediately came back out to remove me from the game, and when he reached for the ball, he said, "You could have let me sit down first."
That's a good one.
So I do like that we're not – I know the weather's coming, but that we're not rushing, because you do have to – you'll be able to go quicker once you get farther in the program, but you do have to get these – you do have to warm up. You got to have a little time.
Yeah, and I believe that I'm going to give Ayers credit. Ayers not somebody to hustle around. Some of the track announcers do like to hustle sometimes to get people on and off the track, but we have to warm up, give everybody their due.
And then we did get all 5 on the track, but Case Bateson had a head pole fail him, so he's headed back to get that replaced. So that's going to delay the post rate a little bit. I went to Marysville this year and filled in to announce one of the days, and they don't have wagering there. 9 races. It was I don't even remember what day of the week it was. I just know they said, "Can you go and announce at Marysville?" Yeah, okay. 9 races. I'm just leisurely day. No reason to get in a big hurry.
We got some passports that we're signing here too, so if anybody is local on track and needs their passport signed, come on by. We'll sign them for you. We're right in the middle of the grandstands here.
So
yeah, the weather's been tough. It's caused some cancellations. We're glad to get this in so far, so hopefully we'll see you tomorrow too. Coming back tomorrow? Hopefully, God willing. All right, there we go. Anybody else needs passports signed, as you know, we have our passport program. People come attend the fairs. Richard Miller, you know the story, Richard Miller? Oh, I'll tell you about it after a post parade. He's a good one.
That's the call to post for race number 2. 2-year-old Filly Trotters trophy by Lionel Construction Company. A purse $5,159. 1 is Better Be Hoppin' with Case Bateson. 2 is Falina. Barney Dillon drives. 3, Debbie Creek. John Hochstetler. 4 is Creatine Sassy Rose. Dylan Fagan. And the 5, Miss Runner. Derek Wadaker in the sulky.
And here we go. We're going to tell you about race 2. First of 3 divisions for 2-year-old Filly Trotters. The 1 horse, Better Be Hoppin'. Case Bateson drives for Karen, Fred Trainer. Karen and Jan Fred own this one, husband and wife. This one's 1 for 6 on the season, but 4 for 6 on the board. That win came 3 back at Mount Vernon, a wire-to-wire effort. Made breaks in the last 2 starts. One of those, they just tried this horse in the Buckeye Stallion Series, which they have 3 times. Way back at Bucyrus, this one was 3rd. Prior to that was 2nd at Scioto. Last time out at Northfield, drew the 8-hole and broke stride, never factored. But inside post, one of your main contenders here at 3-1.
yeah, she minds her business. Should be tough. 2 is Felina. Barney Dillon co-owns, trains and drives. It's one of the good things about harness racing. 69-year-old Barney Dillon still out here competing. Daughter of Quattro de Julio, just a 4th start. She's got made breaks in each of the first 3. Trying to get her cleaned up. The Quattro de Julio's a little bit warm at times, but she looks pretty good as she turns and scores down here.
Speaking of Barney Dillon, you'll see him at Woodsfield. That's his hometown fair. And speaking of age, we've got 79-year young John Hostetler driving and training Debbie Creek, the 3-horse. Actually, John owns, trains, and drives this one. Actually warming up very well on the track. He's got a nice hold of this one. Only problem is if you look at the lines, we show breaks in 3 of the 5 efforts there. Only 3 starts so far, so John's just trying to get this one educated, this 2-year-old daughter by Jitterbug. and he is currently 25-1.
4 is Creatine Sassy Rose. Brett Schwartz trains, Dylan Fagan drives. Brett co-owns with Racehorse Express, daughter of Creatine. Winless in 4 starts, a couple seconds and a third. The best mile she shows at Scioto in the Buckeye Stallion Series from Post 8, tried at 59. Headed in the right direction with a couple of seconds and a couple of thirds in her last 2.
And rounding out the field from the far outside, Miss Runner, Derek Wadaker has the lines for David H. Miller, who owns this one as well, owns and trains this one. 1 for 6 on the season, but nice 4 fourth-place finishes. 3 second-place runner-ups. You have to go back 4 back in the program at Carrollton when this one was a victor. Currently, they're pounding in on this one. The locals are betting Derek hard, 1-5.
Biggest jinx on a trotter, putting trot in their name or calling them Miss Runner.
Yeah, that one's
Seems like anytime a trotter has trot in their name, they do everything
but trot. And every time they have run in their name, they run, right?
It's easy to jinx a 2-year-old filly trotter.
Gates already in motion. One last look at the odds. The 5 stays 1-5 here as we go to post here. Wilkenberg starting gates rolling. We'll send it up to the voice of Zanesville. Ayers Ratliff for the call of the second.
Trotters a field of 5 at the top of the stretch. Trophy by Lionel Construction. Purse $5,159. Top of the stretch. Here they come.
Look how far out they
It's not, yeah. They're off into trotting. Better be hopping along the inside, looking for the lead. In there to be second is Creatine Sassy Rose. On the outside, Miss Runner is moving up in third. Fourth at the wood is Debbie Creek. The early trailer, it's Fallina. They move off the turn into the back stretch, and Case Bateson, he's got Better Be Hoppin'. Out there a wing dinging on top. They're in second, Miss Runner. Along the inside is Creatine Sassy Rose in third. She's trying to keep the hole closed as they go by the opening quarter. Better Be Hoppin' gets them there in 30. And 3/5, Miss Runner gets in there second. Creatine Sassy Rose in third. Debbie Creek is there in fourth, and the trailer is Fallina. Fallina's on a break as they swing off the turn, moving down here to the halfway mile mark of the race. Being led by Better Be Hoppin'. And their second is Miss Runner. Look at them over third, Creatine Sassy Rose. Then it's a Debbie Creek and Fallina. Moving here by the half in 101 and 4. On into the turn they go. Better Be Hoppin'. The in-range filly leads the way by a tight length and a quarter, and she went off stride. Better Be Hoppin' had made a break. Now getting around the breaker, Miss Runner, as they move on into the back stretch on their way to 3/4. Miss Runner takes the lead. In their second, Creatine Sassy Rose. Over there to be third is a Debbie Creek. Better Be Hoppin' is back down trotting. Fallina is fumbling at the back. As they continue on to 3/4, Miss Runner. She's got him there in 1:35 and 3. Here comes Creatine Sassy Rose up at her on the outside. Inside Miss Runner, outside Creatine Sassy Rose. Then it's Debbie Creek. Better Be Hoppin' is trying to gobble up ground as they're at the top of the stretch. Miss Runner on the inside. Creatine Sassy Rose on the outside. Miss Runner. Creatine Sassy Rose. Creatine Sassy Rose comes on to win. Miss Runner their second. Better Be Hoppin' came back for third.
2:08.3.
Time of the mile, 2:08, 3/5.
Race number 2, man, this has been a great start to the card. Dylan Fagan might have skinny little white legs, but he certainly has nice hands as he got past the wire there with Creatine Sassy Rose. Just got up in the shadow wire to beat Miss Runner, the popular 1-2 favorite. That race had a bunch of subplots and plots for a while there. It looked like Better Be Hoppin' was going to get the job done, made an untimely break there, and Dylan Fagan was in the right place, right time, pounced on this one at the 3/4 pole, and battled all the way to wire. Good finish.
I'll tell you, the one that caught my eye was the one that made a bunch of breaks and didn't finish, but I like her, is Fallina.
Yeah,
For
Fallina.
Barney Dillon.
Yeah.
When she came by here off the gate, she was a little off the gate, but when she came by here going in the first turn, wow, what a gate she's got on her. I can understand why she struggles on these fair track turns. She made a few miscues, but remember that name, Felina.
She likes to reach. She's definitely a trotter, likes to reach. And that's what's neat about these fair races. Sometimes these are the future stars of the sport. Sometimes it takes a while to get some of these horses going, like Arbin, who you've called many races. Arbin is a 2- and 3-year-old. Cut his teeth right on these circuits and then graduate into a nice overnight pacer.
For the little guy, it's always nice to see the little guy have a good horse.
Absolutely.
Nothing against like Virgil or Ronnie Burke. You know, they make the investments and take the time and do all the work like everybody else does and have the good horses. But when
Race number 2, it's the 4 Creatine's Sassy Rose. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Creatine out of Miss Conway. AD by a D Ratour, owned by Brett Schwartz. Racehorse Express. Brett Schwartz trains Dylan Fagan, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:08 and 3. This one, trophy by Lionel Construction Company.
two good races.
2 great races here. Yeah, this
3, 5, 4,
is
1, 2,
great.
right?
We're official. 4-5-1, 4, 16, 40, $11, $240. Nice mutuals across the board.
Sassy Rose, the winner. Miss Runner, second. 3, 5, 4, 1, 2, 30 and 3/5, 101 and 4, 135 and 3, 208 and 3.
And you look at that daily double. Me and you were talking about off the air about daily doubles that might have started your equipment in the horse racing game. Your colors. There's a 1 to 5 and a $16 horse with a $31 double. A little bit of value.
Double years ago at the Xenia Fair with a 1 to 5 horse in the second half, and I ended up paying, I don't know, remember how much it was. I had a $5, $10, $20 double or something. That's how I bought my first summer colors. It paid enough to buy summer colors. I remember that.
And summer colors aren't cheap. So that takes us race number 2 in the books, 4-5-1. We move on to race number 3. So far, the weather has cooperated, although we do see clouds, and the radar does show some stuff coming to the west of us, so we'll just see how we keep going. But we're into race number 3. We got a field of 6. I don't believe we have any changes. No scratches or changes. We'll tell you more about that group after these brief messages.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion In Range set new sales records at the 2025 Jug Sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Welcome back to the Muskingum County Fair. Don Tiger, Barry Vickroy, Steve Taylor bringing you 11 action-packed races. So far, the first 2 were great. We've got 9 more to go, but looks like some weather's starting to come in from the west, and we might be under hold here maybe in a race or 2.
Yeah, it looked like to me, looking at the radar, we might get this next one in, but we might get a break. I don't know how much water this track will hold because not a lot of limestone on it. It looks like it's mostly sand and dirt, so it makes for a consistent surface, but I'm not sure what it's going to do with much water.
Yeah, hard to say that as well. We were talking a couple races ago about the passport program. We have a very cool program here. It's called a passport program. Basically, if you attend the local county fairs and you get your book stamped, I think if you get 10 stamps, you get a shirt. 20 stamps, you might get some other swag. And I think the top prize, maybe a TV. Do we know, Steve? Okay. Well, anyway, I know, but we have one man, Richard Miller, last year who went to like 65 of the 80 fairs, and he covered, like, I think if you take all those as meets, because like you might go to a fair like Urbana that has 3 meets, I want to say he went to like 160 meets or something. He was like the 10,000 mile man. He went everywhere, and I can't even remember exactly where Richard's from, but Richard's probably listening today. He was supposed to be here tomorrow. I brought that for him because he obviously doesn't get one of those. I wanted to they wrote an article on him, very nice article, but he's just a super fan too. Goes to all the races, but he was our top passport guy last year. Got more checks in the box than anybody, and he loves coming out to his fair racing. He retired, Seneca County. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's starting to darken up pretty quick here.
You can also feel that air.
Yeah.
That little bit of air gets a little crisper and blowing. We're definitely going to be getting some weather here shortly. Probably right on cue, which I thought was around 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's 1:40. That was what my forecast looked this morning. I thought we'd get the first couple in and then maybe be in trouble for race number 3 or 4. It looks like that's kind of where we're on track for.
Now, so you own Charlie May, and we know all of the big races that he's won. We talk about bringing horses to hometown fairs. But what about I know they didn't have it on the same level that when he won the Gene Regal. Isn't Greenville one of the best fairs? And
Love it.
Even though it's clear on the opposite side of the state from where you're from, didn't it feel like don't they just make you feel like hometown fair there?
Love it. Yeah, it's probably I'm gonna get chastised for saying it, but it's my favorite Ohio fair.
Yeah. That was that's the circuit I grew up on. I grew up around Dayton, so I was on the OCRA circuit, so all of those fairs. But Greenville's
just, it's amazing. The people are amazing. The environment's amazing. Tim Harless, who used to run the fair for years, I mean, he made me feel like he was an uncle or brother. Jim Bucci, who's been very instrumental in bringing back the Regal. Last year was canceled for the aged. They're bringing it back this year, and I am planning on going over. It's on Thursday the 27th. So,
but a lot of the fairs are like this. I know that was the fair for my family.
Yeah.
That we would, on the Saturday that they had the horse races when I was a kid, we would pack up. Like, I had 14 cousins that all went to the same high school. Like, there was like one in 81, one in 82, one in 83. I think we skipped 84. There was like one in 85, 86. We had 2 in 88 all the way to 91. So we had a cousin go through all of us. But when we were kids in the 70s and early 80s, we would pack the cars up, Germantown, Ohio, 5 o'clock in the morning. We would go to the Greenville Fair, over there where they have the steam engines underneath the trees.
Yeah.
We'd get the cars parked so that we had like a couple parking spots. We'd get the playpens out for the little kids, set up the lawn chairs and the tables, and everybody would scatter, go to the fair, get something to eat. We would meet back at like noon and have lunch. And then after we had lunch, the majority would go to the first harness racing program of the day at like 1 o'clock. And then after that was over, we would come back. Everybody would sit and relax, and Mom always packs the big, not the regular size mason jar, but a big jar of water with some washcloths, and we would get pseudo baths at the fair, our faces washed, our hands washed, and then we would go back to the fair, get something to eat, and then we would go back to the second card that started at 7 o'clock that night. It was a whole day every year.
That was a great day.
Every year.
Yes. Yeah, that was a great day. Here's the horses for the third.
Sponsored by Eagle Sticks. 2-year-old filly pacers, a purse $5,242. 1 is Bit of Love, Hammond Hirschberger. 2, Delightful Catch, Luke Hanners. 3 is Midnight Girl, Alex Hawk. Remember, guys, we want to parade in order. 4 is Supreme Sunshine, Dylan Fagan. 5, CPF Preddy, Case Bateson is up. And the 6, My French Girl, Jimmy Smith, in the sulky.
Here we go, race number 3, 2-year-old fillies. 2-year-old filly pacers, the first of 3 divisions. 1 horse, Bit of Love. Amon Hirschberger trains and drives for Barbara Eddy. This one's 0 for 2 on the season, but last time out at Mansfield, used the pole position fully to her advantage. Cut the mile there. Just got tired at the end, faded to 5th. But, again, a horse that's still getting educated, still learning the way around the circuit. Currently 14-1.
Same story for the 2. Delightful Catch to Catch the Fire for Team Hanners. Alicia Hanners trains. Luke Hanners was listed
He is
to
here.
drive. Is
yes,
he here to
he's
drive?
Here. Yep.
And this will be her 4th start, 2nd and a 3rd. Shows being rough gated at Chillicothe. I don't blame her there. That track is kind of round, so there was probably not a straightaway. If she's not good on the turn, she wasn't going to be good at Chillicothe.
3-horse Midnight Girl. Alex Hawk drives for trainer Steve Harris. Madison Hostetler owns this one. 0 for 3 on the season. Scoring down pretty aggressive today. Might be leaving the starting gate. This one last time out got away 5th. Really never got involved. Prior to that, did make a break. Again, a young horse, just $1,000 on our card. Still looking to get educated, and this one's 7-2.
7-2 on the 4. Supreme Sunshine as well. Soon become Lottie Philly for Brett Schwartz. Dylan Fagan drives. Co-owns with Racehorse Express. And I believe that is Tim Bennett. This is a good bred mare. William and Elizabeth Keen's mare, Keen Supreme, the Dam. 5th career win. She was a winner 2 back at Washington Courthouse in 208-1 hometown fair right down the road there.
5-horse. This is your highlighter or headliner of the race here. CPF Preddy. Case Bateson drives for Robert Bores. Crazy Parrot Farms owns. 4 for 8 on the season and has got a 3-race winning streak. Last time out at Mansfield, aired out, won by 6 lengths. Pulled the pocket. I was there that day. Public's been behind this one in every start. 3-5, 3-5, 4-5. Looks every bit of a winner too. This one can leave the gate. Currently 3-5.
22-1 on the 6, My French Girl. So we'll get a second-tier start for Jimmy Smith, who owns and trains for Robert Adamo and Jack Smith. Jimmy known for his trotters. If you can train a trotter, you can train a pacer. Winner at the Jefferson Fair last out. Got the 2-hole trip to the top of the stretch, her first career win.
And that is your field of 6 heading to the starting gate here. One last look at the odds here. We've got the 5-horse CPF Preedy is 3-5. Second choice. Actually, now solid second choice. The 2-horse Delightful Catch with Luke Hanners in town for Mom. Alicia Hanners, and that one is 4-1. Skies are starting to look even more ominous, Mr. Barry, from the west side here. We got a little bit of a cool breeze in the air, too, which says rain is coming in.
It won't be long now.
Won't be long now. But with that said, we'll send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the call of race number 3.
$42. Field of 6 make their way to the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough end of pacing, Delightful Catch goes looking for the lead on the outside. CPF Preddy as they move around the turn. Getting away in early 3rd. Bit of Love pacing in 4th. As they move around the turn comes Midnight Girl. Then we have Supreme Sunshine in the trailer. My French Girl, that's the 6 as they move up the back stretch. So Luke Hanners, he's got Delightful Catch out there and on the lead. In their second, CPF Preddy as they move by the opening quarter in 30 2/5. Around the turn they go, and with the lead, it's Delightful Catch. CPF Preddy is there in second. Bit of Love is third. And CPF Preddy is not content in second. She now rolls onto the lead as they move down here to the halfway mile mark of the race. And CPF Preddy just slingshots right to the top. There in second, Delightful Catch. It is Bit of Love in third. Facing fourth is Midnight Girl. Then we have My French Girl, the half in 101-1. The trailer is Supreme Sunshine. Around the turn, they'll move to the back stretch. CPF Preddy leads the way. Bit of Love on the outside second. Delightful Catch is third. In there to be fourth is Midnight Girl. My French Girl. She now tips out fifth. And the trailer is Supreme Sunshine. To 3/4 they go. CPF Pretty leads the way. Delightful Catch is their second. 3/4, 132 and 3. In and around the final turn, CPF Pretty is the leader. Getting rough gated. Delightful Catch around the turn to the top of the stretch. CPF Pretty, she turns first. The lead is 2.5 lengths. In their second, Delightful Catch. Coming down to the wire, it's CPF Pretty. CPF Pretty will win. Delightful Catch is there for second, and Bit of Love is third. Time to the mile, 2:04, 2/5.
There's something down there in that last turn that those fillies did not like, because when Luke was on the lead, his filly tried to pull up and go around it. She was wide into the last turn, and then when Case's filly made the lead the second time around, she did the same thing in the same spot. And, I mean, that's fair racing, but there's something down there that those girls did not like because they both did it in the same spot.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot covering these fair circuits. We have so many different – every fair track is completely different, whether we have lawn ornaments, whether we have people parking in the infield, whether we have stuff, could be a water main line that's sticking out of the ground, anything. These fillies are used to not seeing this stuff, especially when you're a young baby filly, 2-year-old filly. This is a brand new environment, especially when you see a Ferris wheel and
whatever that
slider
is.
thing up and down there, something that me and you would not be riding at our current ages. But two of the top drivers in the sport there playing a little cat and mouse with each other, Case Bateson and Luke Hanners, back and forth there. Luke had the lead, tried backing it down. Case said enough's enough and popped around and actually paid $360 to win, 5-2-1. It's already official. Nice win price on a horse that was well meant in here and making it 4 in a row in Ohio. 5-2 exact at $880.
$70 trifecta.
Was it really? I didn't see that flash up there. That's great. Amon's horse race really good there, too. That horse improved off the last start as well. That's another one to put a ring around, like you said earlier.
$70.40.
Not bad for a free square on the top.
Well, two favorites in the Quinella paid $740. We'll take that all day long, too.
All day long, yep.
Some of the folks must be fair weather friends. They are starting to vacate the grandstand.
Winning the third race, it's the 5 CPF Pretty. A 2-year-old bay filly by Well Said out of Extreme Prejudice by Feelin' Frisky. Oh My Crazy Parrot Farm. Robert Burry's the second, trains Case Bateson, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:04 and 2. This one trophy by Eagle Sticks.
We had some of this come through Scioto last night. We had 16 races after the 15th was on the track and the Lightning Show started.
Bit of Love was third. Delightful Catch second. Midnight Girl fifth. Supreme Sunshine sixth. CPF Pretty the winner. My French Girl was fourth. 3-2-5, 6-1-4, 30 and 2/5, 101 and 1, 132 and 3, 204 and 2.
You got them all in, though, right?
Yeah, we got them all in. We had to have a little bit of delay, but after that lightning delay happened, I looked to pull up the radar. It's a little bit north of us, probably not going to get much of the rain, but the lightning was, I don't mess with lightning. I don't blame them for taking the delay for the lightning. Hey, then the tornado siren started going off.
I heard about that. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
But nothing got any. We didn't get any rain. We just had a nice little light show. But we are fixing to get something here.
Yeah, for our Spanish-speaking audience, no bueno. That does not look good. How those black clouds just kind of keep rolling over us, and they're going to be over our racetrack soon. But they're kind of fast moving.
One of the things that I noticed, being a former baseball player and then with harness racing, the difference between the two is that rain delays during racing not near as fun as the rain delays during baseball.
Here's a good question for you while I have some downtime. Do you remember ever pitching a game in the rain where they let you keep playing?
We ended up suspending the game, but yeah, that was just like a rec league game in the summer.
Okay, gotcha.
We were getting blasted, and they wanted the pitcher to fake an injury, so because it was raining. They wanted the
and
pitcher.
You didn't have 5 in yet?
Well, no, we didn't.
Okay.
But we were getting blasted. They wanted the pitcher to fake an injury. He wouldn't do it, so they put me in. I was like, I'll fake it. So like the first pitch that I threw, I then let my front foot slide out, and I ended up on my behind, and then I said, I can't. I've hurt my leg. I can't play, and then it got canceled after that. So anything for the team.
So, Barry, you're not only a great announcer, but you're a hell of an actor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Other than that, I'm pretty trustworthy, though.
Hey, acting in that sport, there's nothing wrong with that.
Loyal to a fault. This is moving pretty quick, so.
Oh, it is. It is. I've been watching it. It actually is pulling across here. And, man, that's ugly looking, too.
Yeah.
See, I don't like when you see those clouds that, like, are moving under the other clouds, because those are the ones that start to whip around sometimes. So, like, as long as they stay up in the air, I'm going to be okay with it.
I don't worry about any of that stuff and which way they're going. What you don't want to see is when the clouds start to go up, the updraft.
Ooh, okay.
That's the bad news.
Okay.
So I don't know if they're going to come out and try to. Looks like they're coming on the track, going to try and sneak this one in. But I'm just going to tell you, I don't think we get to the next one without a delay, unless they are pretty expeditious in getting to the track. Hey, you like that? That's a $5 word, expeditious.
For someone that didn't go to a lot of classes that just played baseball, I'm pretty impressed. You've got meteorology in your background and some good vocabulary. We'll take it. 2 for 2, brother.
Boy, there's some things in my background that we can't discuss. Yeah, so the Darryl Boston thing when I pitched against him, so in the minor leagues, we're all young guys, young single guys. The games get over with 10:30, 11 o'clock. You don't have to be back to the park until 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. That's a lot of time to fill, so we almost always had a local bar that we went to. And the fun thing about our league is when teams would come into our town, we would go and pick them up at the hotel and take them out. And then when we went into their town, they would come and pick us up and take us out. So the one night that we were in Regina, where Darryl Boston was the player coach, which he was like 35, 36 years old at the time, which seemed like ancient to me. But he asked me when we were out that night, why don't you ever throw me any fastballs? And I said,
That's pretty easy.
I said, D, I watched you when you were in the majors with the White Sox and the Red Sox. I said, oh, here comes the rain. It is coming in a wave. But I said, I've seen what you do to fastballs, but I've also seen what you can't do with curveballs. And so I was pitching the next day, and we were up 8-9-0. And he came up to bat, and I thought I would sneak a fastball by him, and he hit a double off the fence. When I went to get the ball from the shortstop, I said, that's why you don't see fastballs, Darryl. And we had a good little laugh there. Torrential rain coming in.
Yeah, that noise you hear of the rattling, that's the wind blowing through our headsets here. Yeah, this is bad. We've got probably 50-mile-an-hour winds going on right now. We're definitely going to be on a delay here.
One good thing about being a big guy, it's not going to blow me away, I don't think.
No, we're good. 2 of us are safe.
And it's rained sideways, though. It doesn't do a whole lot of good to have a rough on the grandstand.
No, it doesn't feel too good on the back of our heads either. For anyone that didn't shower this morning, you are getting your annual water supply or daily water supply, right?
Not a fan of that when the wind blows real hard and then stops.
No. Sheeting rain in Zanesville, Ohio.
One good thing, we're not at the top of the Ferris wheel.
For my meteorology buddies, was that swath going to be 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What do we think?
Well, let's pull up the handy-dandy smartphone.
When I was in class, I just stuck to mathematics and statistics. I didn't get into all this good stuff you guys learned. Especially Mr. Taylor over there. He's getting his master's degree now.
That's 5 minutes old.
Oh, wow.
So we're right in the middle of.
So the good part I like about that, though, once we get past the yellow, which isn't that amazing? Like, once we get past the yellow, it's just going to be green. Green we can put up with. Yellow we can't.
It doesn't look like there's anything behind this. It's just a matter.
So this is our one. It's just a matter of what it does to our track.
Right. Right now, it doesn't look good. If I was Ayers right now, I'd turn my microphone on. It goes back to the barn area and be like, what are we waiting on? We need 6 for the third. Bring them right on out. Problem is, somebody would come.
Probably.
The other thing, when the weather's like this, the windscreens on the microphone, they don't do very well.
Nice. Steve Taylor, always prepared, man. Boy Scout, Eagle Scout.
Look at my girlfriend coming here.
Kim's coming back smiling, happy.
That's my special girl that was just out in the rain.
Playing in it.
No, it's too late for the raincoat now.
Well, according to my trusty meteorologist, once we get past this yellow swath that blows through here, we should just have a lighter rain and then a clearing behind it. But the only sad part is looking at the racetrack, it's already puddling a little bit on there. I'm not sure of the drainage or what we have. Good news, it looked pretty hard prior to the card beginning. So maybe it stays on top and doesn't go down. But I'm not a meteorologist and I'm not a track condition person, so I'm 0 for 2.
I really have no skills other than talking. So
you're good at those skills.
If I could talk it dry, we would be in good shape.
We'd have the driest track in the world, right?
Figure between me and Ayers, we could talk it dry.
We might need you. We'll call that lifeline in about 10, 15 minutes. I have to be honest. I told you guys 2 o'clock.
You did.
I was right. So whatever service I'm using on my phone, I got to stick to that. That might be an actual decent meteorology service. Because like everything in the world of fake news, sometimes they might have wanted the rain to come at 5:30. And hence they provided that to you, you know?
I have a question for you that I wanted to ask. The other day we saw the sister to Charlie made the first filly. Tell me about her.
So her name is Ides of April. She was born April 15th. So Ides of March is March 15th. So we named her, and my wife's name is April. So that kind of correlated together. Virgil asked me the same question.
Bonus points.
Bonus points. Big time bonus points. So like, you may or may not know this, but I'm a humanitarian, I would think. Some people would say that. And the world famous Chicken Man, who I know you know, tried his whole life he wanted to buy a horse, okay? So he bought into a horse 1 or 2 years ago.
Looked like it was going to be a good one too.
Yeah, didn't make it.
Didn't
make it. So like, he was a little sour. He lost his money. He was out. And then the horse, I mean, literally, I think 1 or 2 starts, 6th and 8th, something. Nothing.
I think he was Looney Tunes.
Yes, he was Looney Tunes, 100%. So, and Barry's trying to be delicate, but he didn't have it between his ears. So he wasn't, you know, a lot of talent, a lot of breeding ability, but what didn't have between the ears?
Unfortunately, a lot like Chicken Man. No, I'm just kidding.
He's probably not listening, so we're good, but I'll tell him the replay.
No,
Ray's awesome. Guy. Ray's actually the people that, like me, myself and Virgil, I'll tell you, Virgil is very accommodating of Ray. He comes to the barn a lot, and he loves Ray. He's like, and we were talking a little bit about, you know, marketing and stuff, and we need more Ray Francis out there.
Absolutely.
And he got his buddy Skinner, whose name's Bill Thurston.
Skinner's a good dude too.
He's a good dude too. Those 2 guys, if you ever need to have either one of them bumped off, it's so easy.
every Saturday night they're in table 52 in the clubhouse at Scioto Downs. Just saying, like, they'd be easy to find every Saturday night, but that's been their standing date for 20-some years. So anyway, I gave those guys an opportunity to buy into her, and they were just on cloud nine. They did that last September when she was a baby, and I'm very excited to say that she won her third career start over in Urbana. Both guys were there. I have the voicemail saved on my phone. I won't delete it. It's one of those ones I'll keep until I break the phone. The excitement in those men's voice, best feeling in the world.
Yeah.
As a fan and a friend, to have them realize their dreams of horse ownership and to win a stakes race. You choose to train horses. You've called hundreds of thousands of races, whatever you're up to. You know how much that is to happen.
Yeah.
I always say a million things can go wrong in horse racing, only one can go right.
It only takes one to go right. That's all you need.
And I'm happy for these guys, but she's in again tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And I was just texting Luke here a little bit ago. Luke Anders. Luke drove her to a win at Urbana. She's in at Northfield on Monday. She's still growing and learning. I think it's going to take a little bit of seasoning. Virgil really likes her. I mean, Charlie May's Charlie May. I always said this too. Like, as former pitchers, I was a 3 or 4 man. I wasn't the top ace. I didn't ever try to be the top guy. I just tried to be me. So, and that's all she has to do is if she's who she is, she'll make some money and have some fun.
Yeah, and Ray's had some health issues and some things over the past. But still, there's never a bad day when you're around Ray and Skinner, the Chicken Man and Skinner. Those guys, it's never a bad day, never. And I can imagine. I know why Virgil likes to have him around, because Ray's got a million questions, and he probably remembers horses that Virgil had way back. The one that I remember from way back was Aaron Boy, but I'm sure that they've had some conversations. You said standing date for 20 years. He's probably been going to Scioto for longer than that. I'll guarantee he's got some pretty good questions and remembers some horses for Virgil, and Virgil loves to talk about the old days.
He loves to talk about the old days. Yeah. We talk about that Gray Invitational horse all the time. I can't remember who he was, but talk about if that horse was close at the top of the stretch, how he would get there. He loves the old stories, and he loves both those guys, and he's super calm.
That's not good.
That's not the horn we wanted to hear.
No,
it's a tornado
That
horn.
is not the call to the post. I got to tell you a great story, and I'm going to throw – you remember Randy Owens?
Yes.
I'm going to throw him under the bus here for this story, but this is great. The family, the Brickett's from Lebanon, Tom and Kathy, and then Tom's dad was Lowell. Lowell said 3 words a day. He was didn't talk to a whole lot of people. If you got to know them, they were friendly, but they weren't outgoing. And so when Virgil first started being, like tops at Scioto and this and that, well, Virgil had worked for Randy Owens. And so we were watching the simulcast or something one night at Lebanon somewhere. Virgil had something in, and he won a big race. And I used to be able to do a really good Randy Owens impersonation, but in the driver's room there at Lebanon, and Lowell's just sitting there and not saying anything, and Virgil won, and they're like, man, he's going to be all right. That guy's got some good horses. He's going to be good. And Randy said, yeah, that boy come out underneath of me. I taught him everything he knows. And Lowell Prickett goes, well, what did you teach him that you forgot? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to be your meteorologist here, but got the tornado sirens going off, but I'm not seeing any
I'm hoping those are precautionary. I will say the winds died down now too, so I think we might be past this front shortly. The back end of the front just showed a lot more green.
This is a shot from 5 minutes ago, so this shot here has us right in the middle of it, so we would be on the back side.
Yeah.
But
I think we're okay as far as the big stuff is past. So we're gonna kind of take it from there.
If I had my iPad will show me the wind patterns, and I can pick up. I can see if there's any circulars, but don't have the iPad today, so that's not gonna help. I'll tell you how. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna tell you another baseball story just because we have time. The game that I hurt my elbow in, we were playing in Saskatoon. Kurt Ford, that played for the Cardinals.
Yes, I know that name.
So I was usually I didn't throw real hard, but usually had pretty good control, and I was just everywhere, and I don't know why I couldn't control it until, the elbow lets go. But I threw one over Kurt Ford's head, unintentional. So he looked back out at me, and I'm just like, give him that. I don't, the nuclear illusion. I don't know where it's going. But we had Ty Griffin on our team that was All-American at LSU, and he hit one about 8 miles. And then the next guy that came up to bat he had played for Team Canada, junior Team Canada when he was coming up. And so he got the guy took 3 shots at him and finally flunked him, and the bench is clear. And our first baseman was 6'4", and he had somebody down with the lawnmower. He had the lawnmower going. And one of their relief pitchers went to jump on him, and I tackled the guy in a half Nelson and had him held on the ground. And I'm like, relax, I'm not going to hit you. So we have the bench clearing brawl that day. The next day, we have a rain delay. And there was a common room between the two locker rooms.
Yeah.
During the rain delay, the day after we have a bench clearing brawl, we're all in there betting on a ping pong tournament. The two teams together. Like
your friends.
It never happened.
Now, you have to be honest because you were involved in one. I've been involved in 2 bench clearing brawls. They're kind of fun when you get past it after it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's a little intense.
Oh, it is.
Because I guess it would be similar to a hockey bench. Now, the minor league bench clears are different than the major league bench clears that you see on TV. The major league bench clears, for the most part, they clear the benches, and there's a little pushing and there's a lot of talking. In the minor league bench clears,
they go at it.
There's a lot of running and a lot of punching.
Yep.
So I remember that Saskatoon had a little shortstop that was running around just sucker punching people.
Yep.
So once he only got about 4 in though, and then
got him.
Somebody got him down, But then when it was all over, we were like, you're laughing did you see Bobby over there? And, man, what happened to your eye? So, yeah, it's all fun.
One of my favorite ones, we were playing out similar like that in a team out in Washington, PA, and this guy hit a bomb off of our guy, and I basically pretty much took the lead for the other team. We had a shortstop, kind of like the guy you were just talking about, short little guy, but ran his mouth and he was chirping at the guy as he rounded second base. And okay, we're just in a holding pattern. Okay, so there you go. We're going to reevaluate things in about 20 minutes. Ayers Ratliff, the track announcer, said we're going to still try to get these in. But so the guy rounds shortstop. My shortstop's John. My third baseman was a salt-of-the-earth guy. Nicest guy in the world. Never would say anything wrong. The guy roundhouses and drops my third baseman as he's circling the bases. So then it was on. But it wasn't on with just the players. Minor league baseball. Fans came into it.
Oh, boy.
And I had some guy's dad that I felt, years later I felt bad, but I mean, I lawnmowered this guy, threw him over a shoulder. I mean, this guy took the brunt of it. But you're getting hit from everywhere. So when you're in these bench clearing brawls, there isn't a rules to this. You'll just get grabbed, you'll get punched behind your head, they'll throw you down. It's just a melee. That's all it is. But what's funny about it is sometimes it stops someone just snaps a finger, and then everything kind of gets back to calmness.
Yeah, I don't remember how that one ended. I know that. See, I was pitching that day, and that happened before my injury. That happened, so I had my jacket on. So when he hits our second baseman, and he gets about halfway down the line, and then he charges the mound, and everybody rushes out of the dugout. Well, I'm sitting on the bench with my jacket on. Everybody rushes out of the dugout, and I went,
"Oh man."
And so then I stood up and unbuttoned my coat, took my coat off first and folded it up and put it on the bench. And so then I was probably the last one out there. But I was starting pitcher that day. Yeah, I saved my first baseman. So not that he needed any saving. The track actually looks pretty good. There's there are a couple spots where water has run across, but for the most part, most of the track, it looks like it is, I don't want to say dry, but there's no standing water, only in some
No, it's
spots
kind of
where
sheeted down to the inside. So definitely we have a slight grade here, and I think that's helpful too because some of our fair tracks are very flat, and that tends to puddle. This one you can tell we got drainage.
or they can be a little cupped out, so all the water just goes to the center. Yeah, it actually doesn't look that too bad. It's just there's a couple of spots where the water was running across there, but I'm sure if they have, I don't know what kind of equipment they have here, if they get something to go around there, anyhow, should be able to straighten this out in pretty good order once we get rid of the lightning. That lightning.
That's a little north of the grandstand, so. As long as Roosters doesn't lose power tonight, I'm good. Doesn't matter. We'll be all right.
When everybody kind of rushed to the center of the grandstand where we were, I was thinking, it was a good day. It was a really good day to put deodorant on, you know?
Yeah, so.
We haven't stopped.
We're telling stories about you, Ayers.
You would think, Ayers doesn't have anything to do here for a few minutes. You would think he would put his microphone on and come on with us. I'm sure you've got some pretty good stories, too.
He's got great stories.
I said you should just go ahead and put the microphone back on, and then you can come over and we can all tell stories. I'll tell you what's really bad is that he's come to Scioto a couple of times this year, and we had fun the other night when he was there because I did the first 8 races of the card. He did the second 8 races of the card. We switched. And but when you get me and him together, and we're both sarcastic and a little dry. I think the first night when you came, when we were really giving Jenna and Jessica a hard time about their picks, I think that Jessica her feelings really were hurt that day.
You guys should give them a hard time about their picks. No
apologies.
No apologies. No.
We have a lot of when he comes up, we have a lot of fun. But I have fun with Jenna. It's from like day one. Like I think I only met her like one time before we worked the first day together, but from like day one, we've gotten along.
That's great. Yeah, you guys have a great show. I personally think we should do more of what you guys do. I think I was talking to Kenny up at Northfield, one of our newer voices, and Kenny Lavengood's doing a great job. I said, too much downtime up there. They need a co-host up there and talk a little bit about the horses, tell the stories. Me and Mike Wokenberg have those discussions all the time, and that's why this year I went on the OHHA journey. We were saying, hey, what can we do to bring more things into living rooms and phones and stuff, is tell more stories about our people. Because we got great stories. We've got some really cool stories. So we were talking about Jimmy Smith a couple races ago. You know this horse, Western Hanover, right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a horse called Amity Chip? Not Amity Chef, Amity Chip.
No.
So years ago, they used to have these races back in the 80s and 90s where they used to have a poster board horse, a Western Hanover, a Jaguar Spur. And the Meadows would bring them in for Mac Lobel did this. They'd bring them in for $25,000 invites. And they were, I don't want to say walkovers because that's not fair, but you brought Western Hanover to the Meadows so you could showcase the equine athlete and everyone gets to see Babe Ruth play in Chillicothe.
Right.
They had a horse called Amity Chip that raced. It was an Amity Chef's son. Jimmy Smith drove for Dad Jack Smith. He was a very good invitational pacer in the track. He actually took Western Hanover to the wire. Billy Fay drove him, and they expected an easy race. And you had these two horses slugging it out to the wire. So Jimmy Smith is a great young driver, good horseman, brings horses along great, but these are the stories we need to tell a lot. And I told that one on the air, and his dad, Jack, even reached out when I was doing one of my fairs talking about what pedigree Jimmy has and comes from. And it's good to retell these stories because we got younger audiences like Steve Taylor. They don't know who Jim Smith is. They don't know these stories. So I think it's good.
I'll tell a story, and I don't know if I'm telling it out of class or not, but I think it's one of the more interesting stories. You know the good trotter that Greg Wright Jr. had, Jujubee?
Yes.
Did you ever hear the story of him?
Part of it, yeah.
So he was owned by John Erdner.
Yes.
John Erdner also has horses with Scott Mogan.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
or did. I don't know if they still do. So they're going to have a horsemen's meeting at the speed office here. So they're asking for everybody to go down to the speed office to have a horsemen's meeting. But so that year, Scott Mogan had a yearling trotter for John Erdner, and Greg Wright Jr. had a yearling trotter for John Erdner. And so you know how these farms work. They go and ship out, and this one goes here, and that one goes there, and then the semi leaves with the babies, and they pull up to the farm with the babies, and they unload them, and here's
yours.
Here's your yearling from John Erdner. So Mogan gets his trotting baby, trains it all the way down, ready to qualify, real good. Puts him into qualify. They look at the tattoo.
Wrong horse.
Wrong horse. Scott Mogan broke and trained down
Juju
B. And then when they were ready to qualify, then they
flipped him because he's a PA-based trainer.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. And Juju B was Pennsylvania bred. So
yeah.
Then they said Juju B to Greg Wright Jr., who did once he got him. I mean, good career, and he managed him really well, but no one knows that Scott Mogan was the one that trained him down. So,
and these are the stories we need to tell. That's part of what I think. These are all important things. That's a great story. I didn't know that part of the story.
At least that was my understanding, that they had him. I know that he didn't discover that he didn't have. I can't remember what the name of the horse he was supposed to have, but he didn't have that horse when he
Here's
went to
a better
qualifying.
story. How did that horse do? No good. Okay.
He was. I mean, he made a little bit of. He wasn't Juju B.
No. Juju B was a special animal.
So, when my favorite training mile of all time was, I got to sit behind Pet Rock one time in a training mile.
That'd been fun. At Virgil's?
One time when I worked for Virgil, there the one summer, it was the summer that he, if I remember right, the summer that he won the Ewart 47. It would have been that would have been 2014, I believe. So
I was there that day.
So he wins
September.
He wins the Ewart world record 47-2 at Scioto Downs, and he had about 10, 11 days until Delaware. I forget what race he was in at Delaware.
So you jogged him after his world record?
I didn't jog him on a regular basis.
But after his world record, though?
Gib Travis jogged him just about every day. He had, because if you were riding, then you were assigned a section for, like, you had like 2 grooms.
Okay.
Each groom had like 4 or 5 horses, and you would jog for those 2 grooms, take one for one groom, then bring that one in and go out with a horse from the other groom. That way that, you're alternating. But Gib Travis most of the time jogged Pet Rock, and Brian Barr was his caretaker when he was in Columbus. So after he won 47-2, he went a training mile, and Virgil had a nice filly that year that raced in the Jugette. Unfortunately, she tied up in the Jugette. I think I want to tell you her name was Nova Scotia Hanover.
Yeah, I know that, man.
But they went a training mile in between, and it was just a kind of like a prep blowout where you just go like 3/4, just nice and easy, and sprint them on the end of it. And I don't, unofficially on my watch, I caught a last quarter like 26-1. But I swear Pet Rock wasn't even touching the ground.
Yeah, felt like it was airborne.
It was exhilarating and scary all at the same time. And then his next start, he went to Delaware, and after towing my big butt around the track, then he went 48-1. So I think Virgil had a plan there. We're going to put an anchor behind him for his training mile, and then we will unleash him for another world record.
That's why he's one of the best in the business.
He did things like I started with Sam and Mary Coven, and I learned like all of the basics. And then one year, Ricky Heitman was there and had like 10 horses, and it was just him and another guy, and the other guy just one morning just quit. And it was like 95 degrees. And so we didn't have that many horses. We were just kind of piddling at the barn. We had 5 or 6, I think, that was racing, and there was 3 of us. And I was like, I'm going to go help Ricky. I said, you can't leave a guy
alone,
you can't leave a guy with 10 horses when it's 95. So that's how I started working for Ricky Heitman. And then that was at the time where I was ready to start like really learning some shoeing and some rigging and what and why and how and all of that stuff. And so I could rig one up, and I could train them down and get them to where they, I raced my own little stable, in early 2000s, and had a couple babies that I got I was 1 of 2 getting them to the races. And but when I went to work for Virgil, and some of the things that he did and that I saw and then learned from him, like I would have never even thought to do that or to do it that way. I would have never even come up with that.
Yeah, he's a horse whisperer. He's great to talk to, and
That was dirty lightning right there.
that was.
So, like, I don't even know if this story is true, but this is just what I was told, that the damn Better Love Next Time, Dan Mitchell owned her from Michigan, and so he sent her, which she was doing pretty good, but he sent her to Virgil. And I don't know this because she wasn't in my section, and I didn't get to sit behind her in training miles, but I was told that when she got to Virgil's that she came with equipment, and he said, keep that in the bag, and then he hung her up his own way completely, which was completely different from the way that she was, and then she ended up being that open mare for a couple of seasons, and she was a bad woman there for a couple of seasons.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Virgil's a horse whisperer, very smart guy. He knows what he's doing. And the fact that he can manage the numbers that he does with son Trey and his help, and just kudos to him. Anytime I get some airtime with him when we're window time, when we're talking, we just talk about racing. You know, it's always a pleasure because he's one of the best to ever do it.
You think he sleeps?
I don't think he does. Yeah,
because he's at the gym at like 4:30 every morning.
Yep.
And
starts early, stays late, does things. Every now and then he'll surprise you, though. He went to AC/DC.
Really?
Yeah, he was at the AC/DC concert because I called him and I couldn't get a hold of him. I thought it was odd. And then he called me back like 10 o'clock at night. And he says, me and Trey were at the AC/DC concert. I never get a night off, but he did have a night off for that. But then he's back at it. But here's what I'll tell you. Today he'd be watching a broadcast to watch the couple horses he has in for Dick today. Like that,
yeah.
He doesn't miss a trick.
Well,
he's married to the job.
He might even be here because when Sugar and Stead raced here, he was here.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like, and it's a family deal for him, too, because Trey and Kiara in the business, and then his sister, Haroline, is kind of like his
bookkeeper.
His bookkeeper, his accountant. And boy, I'm going to get in trouble for this one. Mama Verge, we called her. She took care of everything, too. She was right there, and she was the one that showed up and brought us the stable shirts and sweatshirts and made sure that if there was somebody that worked there and they needed something, or say that there was a groom that didn't take care of themselves or didn't have a vehicle or something, they made sure that they got to the doctor and everything. They took care of the thing. Like
that's awesome.
Like you're part of the family when you work there.
Yeah. And you were talking about the rigging. That's always what I've heard about Virgil, is he can rig anyone. There was years ago I had a horse, me and Chris Page were fooling around with him. We couldn't get the horse to stay flat. And he just said, DT, that's the only guy that can rig this horse is Virgil. Yeah.
Well, the one, and I'm not going to tell the story because I don't want to give away any secrets, but there was a horse that I got to sit behind in like every training mile for like 2 or 3 weeks, and the horse was racing pretty good at Scioto, but he was doing something that you wouldn't typically want a horse to do in his training mile and every time after the mile. The amazing thing is when you go like a set of babies, so we go like a set of 6 babies, and when you pull up and they walk after, like, not really going a training mile, but we would jog like 2-3 laps, and then we would go like speed up just a little bit there, when you're first starting to get them. And there would be 6 of us on the track, and we pull up and come in, and then Virgil would go to each person and go, hey, when you get in there, hypothetically, tell him to let the hobbles out a hole, take his head up 2 holes, and let's put a head pole on the inside. And then he goes to the next guy, hey. And so he knows what each one of those horses in that set has done in his mind, and he has it locked down and go. So this horse doing something that you typically wouldn't want a horse to do. And so after the mile, we pull up, and he would say, how was he? And I was like, he's okay, but, and I would tell him what he was doing, and he would go, okay, good. And I'm thinking, what? And so this like three or 4 training trips with the same horse. How was he? Well, he's doing this. Good. And so then I finally asked him, like, why is that good that he's doing that? It's driving me crazy. And when he explained it to me that he did it because it cleaned up a part of the horse's gait. And then I was like, who would have thought of that?
Yeah. It's almost like going backwards to go forwards. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, there were things that I learned and saw him do, and I was like, I would have never thought of that. But and you can go up to him and ask him about a horse that he had
30 years ago.
and he can tell you what they were and how long their hobbles were,
That's amazing.
what kind of shoes. Yeah, he knows all of that stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of trainers do. I just haven't worked for a lot of trainers.
Yeah. We have a lot of horse whisperers out there, but he's one of them. But man, just the quality share of numbers he has to know that stuff. Thunder's Image, by the way, that was the old gray
horse.
Yeah, and we were talking about him a lot. Just it's great sharing those stories from the 80s and 90s, different type of horses. Now we do have the grader out on the track, so they are they're grading the track. I think they're going to take a look see from.
Just a little. That's just a little drag there.
Yeah, it's a little dragger. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. And drag it a little bit, see how all this comes apart, and then they'll make a decision, I'm sure, here whether we'll continue on with our card. The only thing I don't like is it looks like we've got 2 or 3 spots where the drainage goes straight down through.
Yeah.
And that could be problematic because what happens is sometimes horses will try to jump over those. And that's not what we want to have happen in any of these races. But it does. We even got a little bit of light and sunshine to the left here,
Yeah,
west of us. So
there was nothing behind this line of the storm, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, so
our 20-minute delay is now 30 minutes on top of that.
Yeah, I think. And I'm not positive on this. There is some kind of a rule because, which I didn't even look at the program to see if there's many Lasix horses, but
yeah, you can't had Lasix out so many hours.
Yeah,
correct? Yeah.
There's a limit on how long you can wait.
Delay. Yeah. As long as Roosters doesn't close by the time we're done, I'll be happy with the OHHA and Muskingum County Fair.
I was thinking, since you were here in Zanesville, do you think that after this you're going to go to Roosters?
I think so.
Sounds like a good
So,
plan.
like, you know where to knock off Chicken Man or Skinner, and you know where to knock off Don Tiger tonight. So
that'd be on so I would have to do a Saturday to get those two. See, I have to plan this for
every
next year.
Saturday, so you know, every Saturday in Scioto. And I will tell you that their goal and dream is for us to win over at Scioto with Ides of April. So that'll mean an awful lot to them because that's their home track.
She did get the one start there. Maybe
no,
it was the qualifier. It was the qualifier.
Yeah, qualifiers only. We did 2 or 3 there because we wanted to really bring her along. Oh, she's going to make it over there. We've got other races there. It just hasn't worked out yet. You know how the book is. Sometimes you're here or there. She's got Northfield this week, and then I think next start might be over there. I'm not positive. Speaking of, you were talking about horses you were training down. Obviously, you had your own stable. What was your favorite horse, or what was your highlighter horse? Give me the horse.
Well, it would be one of my tops. It goes back to when I was working for Virgil, this one that I sat behind every day. And you want to talk about a little – I don't want to say she was Looney Tunes. I think she was just I don't know the correct way to say that on the air. She was just grumpy, not friendly. She wanted everything to be her way, and that was she ended up being the 2-year-old Trot Filly of the Year in Ohio. Her name was In the Grippers.
I've heard of that horse.
She lost it. She lost 1 sire stakes at Raceway Park. I want to tell you that she got some kind of interference there, and then in her 2-year-old year, she was not a happy camper at Delaware, and she didn't do any good there. But she won. I think I don't know, 5-6 wins and won the final Super Night. So that was fun to get.
Who owned In the Grippers? Do you remember?
That was when Virgil had horses for Harry's Racing. Steve and Natalie Harris, and that was she was one that she got broke someplace else, and then she got shipped into us, and she was just we had to find the right groom for her, which it ended up being Carlos Gamazzo, which I'm not sure if you know Carlos.
I don't.
Carlos is my dude. That's my golf partner. He makes me really mad when we play golf because Carlos he doesn't have to play every day.
And he's still good.
He's just got this swing, and that, like, if he didn't play for 3 years and then came out and played, that the swing is not going to change. So he automatically knows, like, I have to play in. But anyhow, he's better at golf than me is what I'm saying. But she was with a groom, and they just weren't getting along. And we went to like, this is early on in her training. We were like going like 20 miles, and I went to go to the track, and she was mad and reared up, flipped over backwards in the jog cart with trot and hobbles on and everything. And so I missed that training set by the time we got her back untangled, got her up, went to the track. So she had to go that trip by herself. And then finally that day I went to him and I said, hey, can you please give her to a different groom? They're not getting along by the time that I go to get her every day. She is so mad I can't do anything with her. And Virgil switched her over, gave her to Carlos, and he speaks that Spanish to him and talks all nice, and he's slow and gentle around him, and he was a perfect fit for her. And before you know it, we had a lot of things to overcome with her that year. But one thing about it, when she went to the track that year as a 2-year-old, I think Chris Page drove her a lot. He got along with her good because he was quiet and gentle with her, and
yeah, that's a good combo, the two of them.
yeah.
And that was back when we were probably owning for $85,000 in the Sire Stakes finals, right?
I don't know because I didn't get any of it anyhow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Devin Miller had a good Rose Run Princess was her main rival. I think Rose Run Princess. It seemed like one of those deals where they didn't draw in together very often. But Rippers got Princess and Super Night, and then I think Princess came back at Delaware and won the Breeders' Championship that day too. So I don't think Devin can't train one.
Oh, she's sharp. Yeah, she's sharp. So we've gotten past that part. We've got another 25 minutes, 20 minutes to figure out what's going on here. I mean, the track does not look that bad, to be honest. I think that we're going to probably try to get these in. I see Judge Bill Creighton here looking around too, so I know the Horsemen always want to race.
So that was the story I was telling Marysville. 9 races. There's storms coming. I didn't know it. We were just going to relax. 9 races. Storms were coming in. There's no wagering. The Horsemen got the horses out on the track. We got 9 races in an hour and 55 minutes.
Wow.
They did. The Horsemen were so good that day that, I mean, you obviously can't do it.
Is that the first time you called Marysville, or did you call before?
Our first date was the first time I went to Marysville. I filled in at Marysville.
So that's a special
Ayers
place.
Ayers had something. So what was that, 14 years ago? 1,400 years ago.
So you've been behaving for 14 years. That's pretty good.
I don't have any choice.
Okay.
Because I have to sleep sometimes, and you know, you want to wake up once you go to sleep.
There you go. So we got your favorite horse. What about your favorite race call? Since you've called some big races and stuff, is there anything sticks out? I always like to ask Roger these questions and other people. Like,
well, there was
what's your favorite one?
Pet Rock. That was actually second world record. First world record was Ammon Hershberger and Victory is Coming, 51.
Which, here's some nostalgia. Victory's Coming's daughter raced at Mansfield the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now her babies are out there racing.
Pet Rock, 47-2. One of the best races that I've ever seen live was Wiggle It Jiggle It and Always Be Mickey when Always Be Mickey won, 147. I couldn't even think of words to describe when they were in the stretch. The only thing that I came up with was what a race.
Did you call the right winner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Always Be Mickey got up in the final strides where you could tell that he was the winner.
Well, what I say by that is sometimes announcers like to say, and there they are, you know, like, and they, like, I like a guy that calls the winner, always be Mickey on the outside. Like, go out on a limb, you know?
Yeah, it was, he got up, he was getting up in the final strides, and I said something to the effect of always be Mickey, and then I said, always be Mickey, 147. But the most impressive mile that I've ever seen live was last year in the Dayton Derby. Lexus Cody.
The trotter, okay.
Yannick, he had an inside post, and Yannick didn't leave, if I remember correctly, he didn't leave hard with him. He kind of floated to protect position, and he ended up getting a good seat early. But then, like everybody else, you know how those big races go, everybody else kept moving, and eventually Lexus Cody gets shuffled all the way to last because they kept just turn somebody,
Yep.
turn somebody. The flow's
Yep.
coming. At the 3/4 pole, Lexus Cody is last, and he turns him 3-4 wide. And against that type of horse, like we've seen horses come from last and win, but not against a
cheaper
grand
conditions or
Right.
something. Yeah, but not against the top Grand Circuit trotters in the country.
Grand Circuit trotters in the country. He came from last at the 3/4 pole to win. Like the commercial that we show at Scioto where it talks about it starts out with Bojangles and then the next thing is Lexus Cody. Like the whole commercial, I think should just be the last 28 seconds of the Dayton Trotting Derby from last year where he came from last. It's just, I've never seen anything like that. That was probably not the best race call, but probably one of the best performances that I've ever seen.
You ever call a triple dead heat?
No.
You remember no triple dead heats at Scioto? Okay.
No. Do we want to bring up the first Nadia Lobel? I called it the Red Mile when Gabe Pruitt had appendicitis. He always likes to tell this story.
You tell it. People need to hear it. Tell us.
So I've told it a bunch of times. So if you haven't heard it, this is which I always own stuff like like we're pitchers. So like some of our best stories are like the bombs that we gave
watching
up.
our neck snap. Yeah.
So I had at the time we were at Scioto, we were racing 3 or 4 days a week, but only like 10, maybe 12 races a day, and that was the only place that I called for 4 months. The first year, and then in the middle of the second year, come around August or whatever, I get a call. Didn't know Gabe at the time, but the Red Mile needs an announcer. Their announcer has appendicitis. He's in the hospital, and they need somebody to go now. So we load up. It was 2009.
Okay.
So load up the car, go down there, and long story short, Ronnie Burke's got a filly in there Mark Weaver owns named Dingle Bay. And the girl that I was dating at the time, she went with me and she was in the booth that whole time. I was nervous. I'd never called on a mile track. 12-horse field, 3-year-old fillies. They go a world record. I don't know it's a world record. They went 49. But Dingle Bay, for some reason, I called her Dingleberry.
That's a good one.
Every time that I say her name, and luckily she was parked to the quarter and made the lead, so I only said it
One time.
37, 38 times. So it's a field of 12, and they got over in the old paddock turn in the far turn. I had called through the field. I get back to about 9th, and I really can't tell who that is, but I knew there was a horse in there that I hadn't said their name, so I just throw their name in so I can go back to the beginning at the 3/4 pole and get ready for the stretch. So the race gets over with, and the girl that had gone with me, I looked over at her, and she is
Laughing.
busted. And I was like, what's so funny? And she's like, you messed up. I said, oh, yeah. And I thought that it was
The last place
the
horse.
last turn. And I said, yeah, but I don't think anybody's going to notice. And she was like, yeah, I don't think anybody's going to notice either. So go through the rest of the card, and then I would always go out the back entrance at the Red Mile and go down and get gas. There's a speedway down there, get the gas, and then head out to the highway, go out the back gate. We go to Speedway, pull up. I look over. She's just dying laughing. I'm like, what is so funny? She was like, you messed up. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think it's that funny, though. And she was like, no, you called that horse Dingleberry. And I was like, what? Yeah, you called it Dingleberry. I was like, oh, man. But, Mark Weaver, he's a good sport about it. He let it slide and just named her first baby Berries.
Wow, that's the best part. I didn't know that part of the story.
Yeah, Berries was out of Dingle Bay. So then every time that she would win, I would say Berries, blah, 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 out of the mare Dingleberry. So I said
you
it.
stuck to it.
Yeah, every time she won, I stuck
If you
to it.
own it, right? Isn't that what they say? If you do it, you own it.
Well, if I don't own it, like Gabe tries to get me with it every time, all the time, and bring it up. So I just tell everybody, I just want to, it's out there. It is what it is. You can't go back and change it, and it is kind of funny.
It's super funny, actually. And it's what I love is they named the horse Berries. That's great. And that horse had a nice career. I remember Steve Carter ended up claiming that horse, and then campaigned it for a couple years as well for Colwell Mamie. So.
Yeah, he went I think 49, 50, right around 50 a couple times. But
yeah,
he was a good horse.
See, those are the cool stories when you find it. And then it's funny because we were talking about Virgil earlier. Virgil's always interested in how a horse gets his name. So, like, if someone would be asking how to Berries, you'd have to know the whole back of that story,
Yeah, but and Gabe Pruitt would never let me forget that. So
Still to this day.
he still tries to bring it up. So then I always get him with, like, when he first started, there was a horse that won, and as you're reading the breeding on it, it said 5 CHG under it. And when the horse came to the winner's circle, he said, "Here's a 5-year-old chocolate gelding."
There
Yeah.
you go.
So I don't let him forget that.
That's his rub. I love it.
Still checking. You got the guys coming out and looking at the track. And if I don't see it like a racetrack, like a raceway conditioner, you could hit this with a raceway conditioner. We could go
Oh,
right
it
at
would be
it.
good to go. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that scares me is the 2 or 3 lines that we have. Actually, it's 5 total, where it's basically looks like where that's your drainage marks.
I think the conditioner would just right over that, and then we would be done.
I'm going to take a vote and say we make it. I think they're going to get it going.
I am not going to vote.
Okay. What about you, Steve? You think we're going to make it? Think we're going to keep going today? Okay. Well, I know the Horsemen. We've had so many cancellations at other places that I know there's almost
a fair cancellation just screws up your schedule.
everything, because you lose points, and you lose and they don't make the dates back up, obviously, and
It takes a lot of planning for these stables to go different places, and you could be here, and then tomorrow be here early, and then have to be somewhere tomorrow night, and then Scioto on Tuesday, and Northfield Park, and then when you have a cancellation and they reschedule and move it back a day, that messes up all your shipping and
everything.
training schedules, and everything has to be redone. It's
while we're talking about these in religion, can get into it. I remember Rosie had a bunch of horses in a couple years ago on a Sunday, and she scratched a bunch of them because a lot of her help was Amish. It doesn't work on Sundays. So, you run into that part of it, too, so it's not as easy sometimes if a Saturday card's canceled. Oh, we'll just move it to Sunday.
Yeah.
You can't necessarily – all this stuff is planned out, like you said, weeks and months in advance. I do see nice bright skies to the left. So as far as the rest of the weather goes, what's my meteorologist say? We don't see any.
I'm fairly certain it was clear. I just looked a few minutes ago, and it was clear after that line went in. Doesn't take very long to mess a racetrack up, though.
You guys raced all 16 under fast track, though, didn't you, yesterday?
Yeah, it didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't get any rain until right before they went to the gate for the last race.
That's what I thought, because I remember looking at the results, and they were all FTs, so all fast tracks.
Yeah, we were like 4 minutes away from going to the gate, and I had walked over to the judge's office, or the judge's room, which is right next to mine. I walked over to say something, and as soon as I walked in the door, when I looked up, it was pouring down rain, and I heard on their walkie-talkie communications, we're going to the gate. So then I had to hustle back to my room, and so the rain has started, and we are less than a minute from the 16th race. Wait to get those super high fives in. Don't be shut out. It's post time.
Have you had any fog races
We had a fog night at Dayton.
where you lost them for half of it, or backside, or?
Well, I've never told this story. Out, I made it up.
I love it.
Legit made it up. We got like the first 2 or 3 races in that night, and then the fog rolled in, and it was bad. Actually, one of the associate judges went down and rode with Mike Wepkenberg so that they could watch the horses, because you couldn't see anything, not through the cameras, not by the naked eye. And so as he was watching the race, he was calling the running numbers over.
And you were calling them off of that.
At Dayton, we have a sliding window between the judge's room and mine, so I kept that cracked open, and
listened.
It was Tom Hope that went and rode in the starting gate, and he gave me good information. I could see him right in front of the grandstand, and I would try to kind of line everybody up in my mind where they're at, and then as he would call the numbers over, I would put the race together. So
that's impressive, actually.
I literally made it up.
That's still impressive. Well, technically, you didn't totally make it up. You were taking unvisual information and using it to your advantage.
So another good one, I don't remember how many years ago it was, we went to Urbana on I think it was on Buckeye Stallion Series night, but I think Roger had called one on that night, and then Doug was like, wanted me to call one. I think that Roger called one that, but I just remember Doug was like, call one. And let me tell you something. These guys my job is easy at the raceways. These guys that come around and on a regular basis do the fairs,
Tough.
because once you get into like a night card, it's not the best lights. They don't have the same lighting that I'm working with, even though
They don't have televisions either to peek
Right.
down at. Yeah.
Right. And so I called a race at Urbana for Doug, and I can't remember if it was 5 or a 6 horse field, but that was before they switched to where the 1 is red, the 2 is blue, the 3 is. This is when the 5th race wore black saddle pads. So everybody had the same color saddle pad on. I couldn't see, and I couldn't really see the driver's colors, but I noticed, because thank God I was born in the 70s and they didn't have all the testing to find out that I'm on the spectrum. I noticed that all of the race bikes in the race all had different types of wheels.
So that's how you assimilate it.
I called the race by wheels.
Off the race wheels. That's crazy. Hey, whatever you got to use, you got to use. That's wonderful.
That was because I have when I have my contacts in, I have astigmatism. So when I have my contacts in, when it gets dark, it's bad news, especially when you're not prepared to call it at a fair. So Harris was telling me that when he did, what was the laugh horse that won like the Cleveland Classic the night in the snow, and he said that like when you watch the replay, that like you can see like shadows of horses in the replay. But he was saying that it was kind of the same way that he kind of watched them when they left the gate and who was where. And then he just kind of knew that this shadow was this horse and this shadow was that horse, because you couldn't see saddle pads or driver colors or even wheels. So that's how he did that. You can only see him right in front in the snow.
That's crazy. Well, I see. I consider that using the tools that you have in your shed to make things happen.
One last laugh. I don't know. That's one of my.
I think that is it. One last laugh.
So, but that's a good one on. By the way, Gabe would also want me to tell you that 2009 Nadia Lobel is on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
I'm gonna check that out now. We got to check that
Yeah.
out. We got to check out Dingleberry.
Yeah, that was like a year in, and I was so nervous. So it does. I was really robotic in how I did everything then. So it doesn't. It sounds like me, but not like me. If that makes any sense.
It does.
One more laugh.
One more laugh. Okay.
Yeah, look here. No, we got to watch an ad. That's what I like about YouTube when you don't pay for it. But yeah, he couldn't. All he could see was the.
The shadows.
The shadows of the horses, and he kind of picked it up.
Oh man, yeah, you can't see anything.
Like, and it wasn't.
And this was the Cleveland Classic
Yeah.
1 year. Okay.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, you can see it there, and then you lose them.
Like they just become shapes.
Yeah.
So yeah, they just said that.
So what's your favorite musical band?
I don't have one. I like everything.
What can he sing good? Is he a good singer? Everything. Okay, so like, here's the key. When you get into a fog race, that's when we want you to kick on whatever band you're singing, whether it's Def Leppard, country. That's what I want to hear. If I'm watching races and you lose them, you don't have to make stuff up. Just start singing for us.
Be like Larry Letterman and just start giving out the
sports scores or whatever.
Scores.
Yeah. And in baseball action today, the Yankees are up 3-1 on the White Sox in the third inning.
I used to like that. And as they go to 3/4, the Yankees are still down 2-1.
I think that's what I've really enjoyed about race callers in our sport. We've had some amazing ones, one of
Here
which
you go.
are.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I only got to say her name about 37 times. So.
But you were consistent during the whole mile.
Yeah.
You didn't switch back and forth.
life would be boring if we didn't make mistakes. There's something to laugh
Amen.
about. That was
What's funny about it is you can call 100 races perfect. You say with something wrong in one, and someone remembers it or calls you out on it.
I messed one up. Where did I go the other day? Xenia. There is there was a horse that raced at Scioto on the regular, the Town Mailman,
The town guy.
and yeah, him too.
Yeah.
And now Craig Bowman races a horse around the fair, and it is the Town Buckeye.
That's right. Yeah.
But I was calling him the Town Mailman the other night.
I've seen that happen. You get still looking at the judges, still trying to see what we're going to do here today.
The one thing about it is that a lot of people think that the judges are the ones that make the call. The ones that make the call are
Fair?
the horsemen. The horsemen.
Okay, Horsemen. Okay.
Because you can say, we don't want to send you guys out there. It doesn't look safe. And if they say we want to race,
Then
like
you got to race.
Like they always think when we cancel at Scioto, they always think it's the judges. It's judges don't have anything to do with it. It's the combination of the horsemen and the management.
This
So.
would be a good question, though. At the end of the day, if there's a disagreement, is it track management that would always make the call?
See, I don't know that one. That would be one of those things where I say I don't know. I get paid to push a button and talk.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I tend to like that philosophy. I had a trainer tell me something the other day I loved it. He was making a suggestion, a second trainer to a top trainer, and he said, I don't pay you to think, I pay you to work. I love that quote, you know.
I said that a couple of times when I was working for Virgil, when he would go out of town. He would leave, I had some responsibilities when he would go out of town, and I would always get why do we have to do it? And I said, well, because the name on that saddle pad or on that harness bag and on that tack trunk is the same name that's on the check that you get every week. So until that changes, you're going to do it the way that guy wants it to do it.
Yep.
But he's not here. He won't know. Oh, yes, he will.
Sure that he feels it is safe. Assuming it goes, we'll be calling him back out onto the racetrack.
So now we do have a video that says post time 3 p.m.
Now, see, they said that Ayers just said that the judge is – did he just say the judge is going to look at the track to see if it's safe?
Yeah.
And the starter? I guess sometimes it's kind of like why you have some things for the government is in control of some things, because you have to look out for somebody's safety when they won't look out for their own.
Yep.
Because I don't know about these drainage patterns in the stretch. I don't know how safe that would be, to be real honest.
Frankly, the rest of the track looks pretty good, in my opinion. I just think that those couple lines, I mean, to me, it looks like it held the water up pretty good.
There's one there getting in the last turn, a crossover, and then the crossover in the middle of the backstretch, actually a little farther down by the quarter pole.
Yeah, this is where it's nice to have Mike Wilkenberg here himself, because Mike is he gets it, he understands it, and he's starting affairs. He knows where things are. I'm sure he's going to weigh in on this decision as well.
You do a pretty good Mike Wilkenberg impersonation. Have you ever been around when he's calling? I can't do it because it'll be too loud. All right, gentlemen, gather them up, bring them this way.
That's a good one. He's buzzing it around. He's buzzing the starting car around. I'm sure he's testing it. It's coming in front of the stands right now. Definitely dips a slight bit right there. I did see that.
That kind of dip there has been there. That's where that main crossover is.
Pipe
it comes
is,
from the
okay.
barn area, and that's also where the main drive across area. So, fair time is fun time. That dip is probably always going to be there.
Yes.
The other fair, being from down there around Dayton, the one fair that I used to go to all the time was the Montgomery County Fair. They used to have right in downtown Dayton, and all the parking, because it was downtown.
Well, that's good news. According to Ayers Ratliff, track announcer, we're going to take them out and get back. Let's go. It says, let's race.
Yeah.
The tote board says, let's race. So we're indeed going to try to get the rest of these in. We're racing. So we've told some good stories on the air. Anybody that's stuck with us and through the elements, I mean, heck, this is paid entertainment for the listening audience, right?
Wait, we're getting paid?
We learned about Dingleberry. We learned about all kinds of cool stuff today. So
Poor Dingleberry.
$117 in a wind pool, whether that was already in there or whether they're starting to put it back in, I'm not sure. Windows are open. Again, if you're local or you're driving past here today and you're wondering, we've got racing. We still got, 4? We got 7 more to go, right? We did 3 so far or 4 so far? What did we get in? 3. So, okay. So we've got 4 through 11 to bring you. We're going to get back on top here. We're having fun today. I'm going to say that much, right? Having fun today.
That's one thing Jen and I talk about off air up there is that we goof a lot, but like there's so and I'm not knocking anybody else's style or anything like that, but I just feel like that there's so much stoic, serious information when you tune into a racetrack. Like it's fun. Like we're having fun. Hopefully everybody has fun with us.
I think they do. I enjoy the broadcast. I think that's the piece that we have missing. We're in the entertainment business. You know who always tells me that? Mike Wilkenberg says, Don, we're in the entertainment business. So guess what me and Barry are going to do? We're going to entertain you.
We're going to try. And, you know what else Mike always says? Nobody even sees us out here. Say that one?
He does tell me that, yep.
Which is impossible because he's in a big white truck on a racetrack with horses. Like, who doesn't see the big white truck?
I like those skies behind us. Weather comes from the west, and the west looks good right now.
Now you've got my girlfriend sitting in front of us, and then across the aisleway is Air's wife. So what we need to do is keep these two away from each other.
Almost like school, where you have to put one at other ends of the spectrum, right?
Yeah. Jenna said something the other night about something I did or something I said was witty or something like that, and I said, yeah, but that witty used to get me and my desk out in the hallway by ourselves a lot when I was in school. Oh, no.
We're supposed to keep them apart.
I know
now
we
they're
were supposed
together.
to keep them apart. Now they're together. She gets aggravated because when I get home from the races at night, she'll say, well, how was work? And I say, well, they went in circles and I talked about it.
Now, when you do get home, since you're a baseball guy, do you check baseball scores? Are you one of those guys? I know you're a big Reds fan.
I watch the highlights on YouTube every night. With the YouTube app on the smart TV, and you get the condensed version, a whole game in about 15 minutes. So, unless I've already heard that the Reds got beat 8-0 again.
Tough. Hunter Green out again. That's frustrating, you know?
So that the Tommy John deal. So I'm fairly certain that is what is. We did not have the medical staff when I got hurt, but I'm fairly certain that that's what happened with me. But the Tommy John is not the first one that goes. There is one there's a ligament that will give way.
Or what is it?
I forget, but there's one that'll give way, and you won't notice it, and then that puts the stress on the Tommy John. And then when the Tommy John ligament gives way, that's when you notice it. So it's never the first one. So there's actually usually 2 that go. when that happens.
You know, Tommy John's on his last leg.
Yeah, he's not doing well.
No, he's not doing well.
Number 25 for your New York Yankees. What was the other teams he played for? I just remember him as a Yankee, but I know he moved on because he played
Rangers?
forever.
I think he pitched a little bit for Rangers. He was one of those guys that kept going.
We have got 2-year-old Billy Trotters for the 4th. I hadn't even 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters. This one's in memory of Freddie Morgan. That was an awful story. Fred Morgan Jr. Passed away this year. So
I don't know the story. What happened to Fred?
I don't know the whole deal, but there was a road rage incident and got into an altercation and then didn't recover from the injuries. But he had a bunch of horses some horses for John Holman, the Peterbilt, and that whole family. I think he used to train them there.
Gotcha. I don't like to hear that.
But now John Ryan Melsheimer's taken over those. But Fred, I think he was from right here in Zanesville as well.
Yeah, I believe so. I've seen the name before. Any relation to Virgil?
No, David. David, I think he was related to David.
David Morgan. Okay.
So here's a story. Zane Trace. So Zane Trace in here for Dick McClellan. So when the horses win, try to find a song. I didn't know what to play. I have to tell you this one later.
All right. Here's your post parade for race number 4. We're back in action.
Kind of strung out, but the first of you are ready to go here. Here they are for race number 4. Trophy presented in memory of Freddie Morgan Jr. 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters for $7,113. 1 Flame Out, driver change Brady Clemens. 2 Jurassic Jokester with Michael Lowe. 3 Pickle Shot, Sam Widger. 4 will be Can You Catch Me with Case Bateson. 5 Whistle on the Wind, Alex Hawk. 6 is Zane Trace, Make the Driver Andre Nerid. And the 7 Out of Range, Carson Conrad in the sulky.
All right, let's give you this field for race number 4. 2 divisions, $7,113 on the line for 3-year-old Colts and Geldings. 1 Flame Out, John Hostetler owns and trains. Alex Hawk has the lines today. This one's 0 for 17 in a career, 0 for 14 this year. Just a maiden. Was a good second last time out at Athens. Draws the coveted rail here, 7-1.
25-1 on the 2 Jurassic Jokester, homebred for Jerry Wells Cones with trainer driver Mike Lowe. Son of Olstead, 1 of 8. The win came at the Wilmington Fair, 203 and 4. 25-1 from post 2.
3 Pickle Shot, Rosie Weaver trains and co-owns with Heartland Acres and Barbara Wilson. Sam Widger has the lines today. 1 for 16 on the season, but this one was 4-12 last year. Win did come last time out at Jefferson. Very popular, 3-5 that day. Added trotting hobbles a couple back, and that might be the key. 5-1 on this one.
9-2 on the 4. Can You Catch Me in range at Gelding for Karen Fred. Co-owns with Mims and Toth and Dark Iron Racing. 3 wins, 3 seconds, 9 starts. Win last out at Mansfield, 203 and 4. Case Bateson sticks in the bike again, has won 3 of the last 4 with a couple of seconds there. If you go back to 5 races, it's 3 wins and 2 seconds last 5.
5-horse Whistle on the Wind. Shelby Cheadle trains for Richard Owings. Alex Hawk has lines 1 of 6 on the season. That did come last time out at Chillicothe as well. That was the first Lasix that day, so that might have added to the intrigue. This one does like to go front off of the gate and was 3 of 14 last year. This one loves to hit the board too. 14 of 20 lifetime. Whistle on the Wind starts from the far outside. Offers some value, 15-1.
Even money on post 6 and Zane Trace, a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series, 4 back, reeled off 2 in a row at Sydney and Xenia. Andre Nard has picked up the drive. 6 of 14 homebred for Joyce McClellan stable. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Probably would be 1-9 if it drew on the gate.
7-horse Out of Range. Steve Carter trains for James Crawford. Carson Conrad had the lines. This one will start from the second tier. Another one off a big blowout win at Athens last time out, won by 22 lakes in 59. You go back to that prior, started in the state fair at Scioto, finished fifth that day, individually timed 54-1. So both of our second tier horses are our faster ones of the field. This one's 4-1, and that's your whole field of 7. So the starting gate is in motion. We're going to send it up to the heirs for the call of the 4th and the return of the races here in Zanesville.
Seven to the top of the stretch. 3-year-old Colton gelding trotters for $7,113. And here they come. Jurassic Jokester is on a break. The others are often trotting, and it's Pickle Shot who goes out there looking for the lead. Up and on the outside now is Whistle on the Wind as they move around the turn. Coming on from between them, Can Ya Catch Me? As they move on into the backstretch on their way to the opening quarter. And out there with the lead, it is Pickle Shot. Can Ya Catch Me is there in second. Flame Out is along the inside. Third on the outside is Whistle on the Wind in fourth. Fifth at the Wood is Out of Range. Then it's Zane Trace and far, far back to Jurassic Jokester. They move by the opening quarter in 30 3/5. And the leader Pickle Shot by 1. On the outside, Whistle on the Wind. Can Ya Catch Me is at the Wood in third, and losing stride on the lead was Pickle Shot. Pickle Shot lost stride. That forced Whistle on the Wind wide. And Can Ya Catch Me has now inherited the lead. Hung on the outside is Whistle on the Wind. Flame Out is there in third. Halfway home in 101 and 4. Into fourth is now Out of Range as they move around the turn. Zane Trace is next. Then it's Pickle Shot and Jurassic Jokester. Their move around the turn and head on into the backstretch. Can Ya Catch Me? Here comes Out of Range. 3 wide and a wingin' as they move on to 3/4. Out of Range moves on to get the lead. Can Ya Catch Me is there in second. Whistle on the Wind is third. It's a Zane Trace up to fourth. They went by 3/4 in 133 and 1. Moving around the final turn, Out of Range. Can Ya Catch Me trying to re-rally as they come to the top of the stretch. Out of Range with the lead. Can Ya Catch Me is back for more. Out of Range. Can Ya Catch Me? Out of Range and Can Ya Catch Me? Out of Range. Can Ya Catch Me? Photo for win. Very tight on the line. Zane Trace up for third. 203 and 2.
We've had some very good racing over here today. If you did have to wait this out and you're still with us in the listening audience, we had a track record in the first race, Hunka 156. Second race was a nice photo. We got the third race in, and now the fourth race as we restarted our card after about an hour delay. I don't know what that Can Ya Catch Me took the lead early. Big power move by Out of Range. This Steve Carter trainee made a monster move up the backside, circled the field. But Can Ya Catch Me back out for the drive in the lane. I think the 7 Out of Range might have held on, but that was tight either way. I'm right before the finish line, so we'll wait for the official judges here to see exactly who did score in that race, and we'll kind of go from there. But it's either Out of Range or Can Ya Catch Me 4-7. And we'll just wait to see what actually they get posted on the board here. Tight either way, but been some great racing for our brief 4 races so far we've showed you. A lot of excitement, a lot of great racing here. Unfortunately for the betting favorite, Zane Trace got away in the back there. Just had traffic trouble. Anytime you go to these second-tier races, it can be awful tough to get around. And the Carter Haley Carter's on her way back to the winner's circle for father-dad. Looks like Carson thinks he did hold on and win it. So we're going
to. Here in the fourth race, it's the 7 Out of Range, a 3-year-old. They go to Son of In Range and a Southwind Tesla by Chapter 7. Owned by James Crawford. Steve Carter trains. Carson Conrad, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:03 and 2. This one in memory of Freddie Morgan Jr.
They're going to top down at 6.75.
There you go,
Jokester
official.
7th. Pickle Shot was 5th. Can You Catch Me 2nd. Whistle on the Wind 4th. Zane Trace 3rd. Out of Range, the winner. Recheck top down is 6.75, 2, 4, 3, 1 on the bottom. 30 and 3/5, 101 and 4, 133 and 1, 203 and 2.
There you go, race 4 in the book, 746, $12 to win. Exacta, trifecta was $42, Quinella was $12.20. The exactas are paying all tickets on each side, so if you are local and check your tickets, you might have a winner, 7 all or all 4. Either one of those did pay. And that wraps up race number 4. It takes us to race number 5. Got 3-year-old Colton Geldings back on the pace, a field of 7. We're going to give you that race after these brief messages.
The Ohio Harness Racing Passport is back. Sponsored by Webkenberg Starting Gates, the Passport takes you across Ohio's County Fair circuit and now includes marquee events like Ohio Super Night. It's free and open to fans of all ages. Get your passport from the OHHA broadcast team and collect your stamps. Earn prizes all season long with more ways to win. Compete for the grand prize. Experience Ohio through harness racing.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to the Muskingum County Fair in Zanesville, Ohio. Don Tiger, Barry Vickroy, Steve Taylor bringing you the broadcast today. If you're just joining us, we did have a delay about an hour for a while there. The winds picked up. We probably had 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds, blowing rain, but it blew through here, and the track is in pretty good condition, and we're forging forward here with the rest of our card. We're into race number 5. If you didn't join us earlier, we did see a track record performance in the opener. Hunka Hunka won by open lengths, 156, lowered the all-age track record mark here. It was 157-1. It was lowered to 156 today, so pretty snappy mile by Hunka Hunka. And even last race, we had a good photo finish between the 4, Can You Catch Me, and the 7, Out of Range. Takes us to race number 5. We got 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. This is to see if they can make an encore for the first race. Got 7 horses signed on here. Think we still need a driver on Catch the Killer. Not sure who will be driving Catch the Killer, but all the other horses should go as programmed here. If you are local and you have time to come down and see us today, we still got a good 6 races to bring you here live. We've got very nice wagering over here in Zanesville, too. Tons of food choices, too. Frank's always given a Frank's Fair report when he used to work on the road with us before he became our fearless leader. And he turned me on years ago to the Cattleman's. It's a place right on the upper part of the past the finish line here. It's called the Cattleman's. You can buy ribeye steak sandwiches. They are real ribeye steak sandwiches they put on with onions and cheese. They sell that for $10. It's very good. Right behind the grandstands is pork tenderloin sandwiches. They have these big pork tenderloins that they fry. They're extremely good, as well as we have an open pit with
roasted chickens and corn on the cob behind the grandstand. So a lot of good food choices here. If you're looking for something to eat, and you are in the listening audience here, some very good choices to have. We're back here tomorrow night with you as well. Weather looks pretty good tomorrow. I think we're going to get them all in. We have a 2 p.m. post tomorrow. I think we have a good card again of 12 or 13 races. I'm not exactly sure the exact amount, but we'll be bringing that to you tomorrow. Should get all those races in from probably like 2 to 5 p.m. So if somehow you can get off work early and get a half day, we've got some good racing in store. For anybody that has a passport, too, that's local, on track, come by. I'll sign your passports. I've signed a couple already. For you that don't know what it is, we've got a passport program where each fair that you go around, you can get a passport signed, and you can win some swag that the office gives out near the end of the season. My co-host, Barry Vickroy, he'll be back, too, with us shortly. He's just taking a break since we've been on the air here for a couple hours, bringing you all this action. Early look at the tote board as we look at this next race for race number 5. 4-horse, I'm a Dancing Man, current 1-2 favorite. I'm a Dancing Man comes off adding Lasix last time out and had a second score of the season. And I see Darren John Harvey on the track with the 7, Catch the Killer. I had a feeling that Darren Harvey was going to be driving this one, as he did drive it. Well, he hasn't drove it recently, but he does train this horse, so it makes sense. This one was a nice, well-met horse at Berea last time out, finished second, beaten 3 that day. 2 back at Northfield, made a break at the beginning and still held on for a game win in 55-2. I was there that day, Summit County Fair night. Very good effort. So this one's well met, but we'll have to deal with the second tier traffic since this one is starting from the second tier at 7-2. We do have horses warming up, too, in case you're wondering why we're not buzzing these races right off. Since we had an hour delay, we've got horses for upcoming races out on the racetrack, warming up, making sure they're all going to be limber and ready for their race when it does come up. So we do have our contestants on the track, too. It won't be long. We'll be giving you a post parade and then a rundown of each one of our participants in here. Been some really good racing, and looks like we still have some more nice racing to come. Some nice full fields over here today, too. In the getaway feature, which is race number 11, free-for-allers, we got 7 free-for-allers signed on. Some pretty good ones, too. Very nice filly, Sweet Illusion. Andre Naird trains and drives for Waterker Racing, who is out of Zanesville. And I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, they always bring a nice group today to the races. Every meet, it seems like the Waterker stable is pretty well represented. So we're just about ready to give you a post parade, and then we'll give you a rundown of these horses. And all the horses do look on the track. And here are your horses for race number 5. Here's the post parade.
Here are the horses for the 5th race. 1, Bob Ross has spoken, Ammon Hirschberger. 2 is Captain Stance, Sam Widger. 3 is Bombay Up and Dylan Fagan. 4, I'm a Dancing Man, Brady Clemens. 5, Devil's Dancing, David Young II. 6, Lane's Suma Boy, Alex Hawk. And the 7, Catch the Killer, driver Darren Harvey in the sulky.
Here you go. Let's go through these. This is the second division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers from the rail out. 1, Bob Ross has spoken. Amon Hirschberger trains, drives, and reigns this one. 1 for 8 on the season, and that win came 7 back. Last time out was a good 3rd at Mansfield, 4th prior to that. Definitely going to use the pole position to his advantage. The 1, Bob Ross has spoken. 2 horse, Captain's Dance. Rosie Weaver trains and cones with David Jury. Sam Widger has the lines today. This one's having a real nice year. 8 of 11, first or second, 3 wins in 11 starts. Mark a 55-2 at Norfield. Last time out at Attica, had the rail, cut pretty much the whole mile. Just got picked up right at the wire. Nice effort, and that one is 6-1. 3 horse, Bombay up. Brett Schwartz trains for Hanners Racing. Dylan Fagan has the line. Dylan already has a win on today's card. This one's 0 for 9 on the season, 2 for 14 lifetime. Last time out, made a break. 2 back made a break as well. Had some problems with gait, but when it's flat, you go back 3 back at Scioto. This one individually paced 54. 99-1 currently, some value with the inside post. 4 horse, I'm a Dancing Man. Eric Nesselrode trains and co-owns with Powell and Ruff and McCourt. Brady Cummins has the lines today. This one added Lasix last time out. Made a break on the lead and was able to gather back that momentum and then still drew off for a win. This one's 5 of 8, first or second. The locals are really pumping in on this one at 3-5. 5 horse, Devil's Dancing. Steven Schwartzel trains for Karen Bright. David Young, the second, has the lines today. This one will start from the far outside post, but shows forwardly placed in both efforts. I could easily see that one going forward here as well. 6 horse, Lane's Sumo Boy. Shelby Cheadle owns and trains. Alex Hawk has the lines today. Lane Sumo Boy, 1 of 6 on the season. That win did come last time out at Chillicothe, 58-2 at 24-1. This one will start from the second tier at virtually the same odds as last week, 25-1. And reining out the field, Catch the Killer. Darren John Harvey trains and drives for Wayne Mast and Eden Acres. This one's 5 of 14 on the season. Good second last time out and won at the Summit County Fair 2 back. Have to negotiate the second tier, but this one certainly has talent. And there is your field of 7 heading to the gate. Wokenberg starting gate is in motion. We're going to send it to Ayers Ratliff for the call of the 5th.
Of 7 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, trophy by OK Colon Concrete per $7,275 at the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off into pacing. Captain's Dance goes looking for the lead. Bob Ross has spoken as they're along the inside as they move around the turn. I'm a Dancing Man is third. Onto the outside, Devil's Dancing. Then we have Catch the Killer, followed by Lane's Sumo Boy and the trailer. Bombay up. They continue up the backstretch and on their way to the opening quarter, and the leader is Captain's Dance. Captain's Dance is out there waltzing by almost 2. Bob Ross has spoken as they're in second. In their third, I'm a Dancing Man, 30 3/5. Then you have Catch the Killer in 4th. Outside 5th is Devil's Dancing. Then it's Lane's Sumo Boy, and the trailer is Bombay up as they roll off the turn and come down here in front of the stands. And the leader is Captain's Dance. In their second, Bob Ross has spoken on the outside and off stride. I'm a Dancing Man. I'm a Dancing Man did the 2-step there, the half in 102. Catch the Killer is there in third. Saving ground is Lane Sumo Boy in 4th as they move around the turn and head on into the backstretch. The leader is Captain's Dance. Bob Ross has spoken in second. Catch the Killer is on the outside trying to catch him in third. 4th at the wood is Lane's Sumo Boy with Devil's Dancing. They continue on to the 3/4, and it's Captain's Dance who gets them there in 132 3. In their second, Bob Ross has spoken. Outside, Catch the Killer. Around the turn to the top of the stretch, Captain's Dance has the lead, but he's tired. As they tuck the corner, they turn for home. Captain's Dance, outside, Catch the Killer. Bob Ross has spoken. Captain's Dance is almost home. Captain's Dance will win. Catch the Killer finishing second. Bob Ross has spoken. Look to hold on for third. Time of the mile, 2:02 3.
2, 2, and 3, race number 5 in the books. Locals did not have that one right as their 3-5 favorite. I'm a Dancing Man made a break in front of the grandstands and took that one completely out of contention.
that left the spoils to Captain's Dance and Rosie Weaver and Sam Widger. Sam had this one in full throttle coming around the turn and kept going. Looked like it was shortening strides, but not meant to be. That one forwardly right to the wire. Scored a nice 6-1 upset. This one just got picked up by a nose last time out and been knocking on the door with 4 straight second-place finishes. And now does get that 4th win in 12 starts. Rallying up for second, Catch the Killer. I mentioned this one had the second tier and would have to navigate traffic, which that one did. Got away, got some improvement after the 4 broke, was third in front of the stands and able to come out for the drive and finish second. And rounding out the trifecta, Bob Ross has spoken, who maintained that position. So 4-7-1 unofficial in race number 5. 2-7-1, I'm sorry.
After winning the 5th race to Captain's Dance. Captain's Dance is a 3-year-old bay-gutted son of Dancing Yankee. At a Femme American by Captain Treacherous. Owned by Rosie Weaver and David Jury. Rosie Weaver trains Sam Widger, the winning driver. Time of the mile 2:02 and 3. Trophy by OK Coal and Concrete. Bob Ross has spoken, was 3rd. Captain's Dance, the winner. Bombay up 5th. I'm a Dancing Man 6th. Devil's Dancing 7th. Lane's Suma Boy 4th. Catch the Killer 2nd. Recheck top down a 3:15, 6:7, 2 on the bottom. 30 and 3/5. 1:02, 1:32 and 3. The mile time 2:02 and 3.
Race 5, 14 to win on the 2-7 exact, the 31.60. And that finishes off for race number 5. Takes us to race number 6. We've got 2-year-old filly pace, 2-year-old filly trotters, 5 of them signed on. We'll tell you more about that race after these brief messages.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion In Range set new sales records at the 2025 Jug Sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm. Consignment.
It all begins with a dream. In Ohio's lush pastures, a foal is born with the heart of a champion. Through dedication, care, and generations of world-class breeding, that spark grows into raw power. Today, Ohio's Standardbred industry offers nearly $24 million in purses for Ohio breds, drawing the best and rewarding the brightest. Breed, buy, race, and win in Ohio.
Welcome back to the Muskingum County Fair in Zanesville, Ohio. Don Tiger, Barry Vickroy, and Steve Taylor bringing you action here today. We've got 5 in the books. If you're wondering why we're only through 5, we did have a 30 to 50-minute delay over here. But we've got blue skies again and some clouds, and according to my meteorologist friends with these gorgeous white legs, that we shouldn't be getting any more precipitation for the rest of the day.
Hopefully we get a little sunshine, we can do something about these legs.
I like it. Well, it shows. I don't know if we'll get it done in one day, but we'll certainly start trying.
So I have a couple of
announcements?
Bookkeeping
announcements. Okay.
Little take care of things. So the 4th race was in memory of Fred Morgan, Jr. So talked to some of his family down Went downstairs. You know there's no bathrooms here in the grandstand. You got to go downstairs, right?
I didn't even know that.
Oh, yeah, you got to go. But anyhow, so I talked to some of his family, and I said, so what did happen? And it was a road rage where he ended up getting into a fight. Unfortunately, during the fight, he went to the ground and hit his head. When he hit his head, he lost consciousness, and then when he woke up, just a series of health problems then after that, and he just never recovered from that, unfortunately. But he was a good guy. So that was the story on Freddie Morgan and how that happened. Zane Trace. Actually, I got two more things. Zane Trace. So I try to find music that goes with each horse. I didn't know what to play for Zane Trace, so I go to the Google machine and I look up, and it didn't really come up with a good song. So then I Googled what Zane Trace was. So back in, I want to tell you, like the 1880s, they were trying to get the mail from Wheeling, West Virginia to this area of Ohio. And a former soldier, Colonel Zane, took a path from Wheeling, West Virginia to this area, which was then known as Zane's Trace, which is how we got Zanesville. And then I think there's a high school over here that's Zane Trace as well. But that's where Zane Trace came from. So his win song is all I could come up with was mountain music.
That's okay.
So, but that's Zanesville, Zane's Trace, Colonel Zane delivering the mail. I didn't know that until this year. Never stopped learning, I guess.
No, you don't. History is always good. History lessons are good.
And then I don't know if you can get a shot of them, but the people that are sitting down by underneath the tent right next to the track, there's a gentleman in a green shirt and the lady next to him. So he grabbed me and introduced himself. His name is Steve Baker, and I'm terrible with people's name. If his wife was a horse, I'd remember her name forever. But that's Steve Baker and his wife, and they made my day. Because we were talking about, I don't know if people enjoy what we do, and he just grabbed me and said, hey, I want to introduce myself. We love watching Scioto Downs and listening to the music and listening to you and Jenna, and you guys are so entertaining, and Mr. Steve Baker made my day.
That's awesome. Very good, Barry, and you deserve it.
So, but we have a lot of fun. So the other thing is that I was telling you just because I got up here when they were going behind the gate, so that the drainage parts across the track that we can see here that are real prominent because of the way that the sun is shining off of them, down at track level, you can barely see those. So what we're seeing up here, I don't think is affecting the racing because it's not very noticeable at all at track level. So that's good.
Very good news. Yeah, it's exactly what we want to hear, to be truthful.
So, and then it's held up pretty good. That sand dirt mixture that the track is, like I said, not a lot of limestone in it. It's basically sand and dirt. It's a consistent surface, so it held up against the water today. So we were lucky that way.
Race 6 is an owner's race here. We've only got 5 going to the gate. All 5 contestants, owners, trainers, and drivers will get a slice of the pie. Got 2 horses with the action here. 5-horse Miss Erie, currently 6-5 favorite from the Steve Carter barn. Charlie and Steve look to double up here as they won the last race. The other horse getting towed action is the 3, Pink Magnolia, for Jimmy Smith.
Really good trainers in this race. Rosie Weaver, Brent Schwartz, Jimmy Smith. Roy Moore does a good job with the small stable of trotters, and Steve Carter here. So all some pretty good horsemen here with the 5 in the field. I gotta admit, when that storm came in, I wasn't worried about getting the races in. I was worried about not getting blown away. That was
eerie because me and Barry are relatively decent-sized guys, and we're dead in the middle of the grandstand, and we seem to get swarmed by others who are getting blown this way indirectly. We have gained back our fan base, though. We were probably a good 200 to 400 people, and after the original torrential downpour, we lost our grandstand, but it is refilled in here very nicely. We've got 4 sections here, and we've easily got 100 people in each section. So, plus we've got tons of people down on the tarmac, some other people out on the promenade. You can see some people poking through on the backside in different places. The fair does encompass the racetrack here at Zanesville, much like Delaware, where you can catch it from all different angles. A lot of our fair tracks do not have that same envelopmenting process, so pretty cool that we're able to kind of surround the racetrack here.
Here are the horses on the track for race number 6, trophy by Buchanan Auction Service. 1 will be DD Silver Dollar and Sam Widger. 2 is CS Julie, Dylan Fagan driving. 3, Pink Magnolia, Jimmy Smith. 4 is Flight Decor, Rory Moore. And the 5, Miss Erie, driver change, Carson Conrad in the sulky.
Here you go. We're going to take you through these trotters. Race number 6, the second division of 3-year-old, 2-year-old filly trotters going for $51.59. The 1, DD Silver Dollar, Rosie Weaver conditions for Kathy D, LLC, and David Jury. Sam Widger has the lines today. They're looking for, Widger and Rosie are looking for a three-peat on today's card. This one is a maiden, 0 for 8 in the career, but 4 for second place finishes and 1/3, 5 of 8 on the board, $11,000 in earnings. And this one pretty much usually points to the front and stays flat, which is coming off of the 5th place finished and then 3 straight seconds. Inside post has helped. Trotting hobbles have been added is good. 4-1 in your wagering.
12-1 is a 2. CS Julie, a $6,000 Buckeye Classic sale. Donner Long Tom for Brett Schwartz, Higher Gun Racing, and Ryan Larricone, Dylan Fagan drives. 6 start, 1/3. That was last time out. She stays flat, stays trotting, stays at it. 2-year-old filly can make a lot of money just trotting.
3-horse Pink Magnolia, Jimmy Smith trains and reins this one and co-owns it with Tim Bates. This one's 0 for 4, still looking for that first win. Breaks 2 and 3 back, but last time out was a nice sneaky 3rd, and that was at Northfield in the Buckeye Stallion Series. And again, anyone knows Jim Smith, he brings horses along slowly. He's entered this one in 3 Buckeye Stallion Series, so he thinks a lot of this one for sure. The toad action showing that as well, 8-5.
4 is Flight Decor, 13-1 for owner, trainer, driver Rory Moore. Trying to figure this one out. Breaks in her last 3, just her 6th start, unplaced so far through the 6th. Daughter of Fly On. Don't know that I've ever heard of him.
I haven't, but I have heard of Miss Erie. Miss Erie, the 5-horse trained by Steve Carter. Charlie Conrad has the lines. This one's owned by Stephen Butler and Powerline Racing. 3 for 7 on the season, 6 of 7 on the board. Very impressive efforts. Last time out at Chillicothe was 3rd by 8 lengths. Didn't get away as well, that one, but 2 and 3 back. This one had, or 3 and 4 back, had the 3-hole, went to the lead. Washington Courthouse went to the lead as well and was wire-to-wire effort that day. Has seen some good tote action as well in the past. Was 4-5 last week. The public's back on this one again at 2-1. And that is your field, compact field of 5.
That OCRA that Miss Erie's been racing in there at Xenia and Chillicothe the last couple. Royal Time, she's in my range, the winner of those 2. Those are a couple of nice trotting fillies. So, no, I'm sure, you want to win. Not a lot of disappointment, though, when you're 3rd to those type of fillies. That is a tough circuit.
Very tough circuit. And this one gets home, too. She trots home pretty much 30 seconds at every oval, and some of these aren't the fastest strips as well.
Yeah, I always try to, regardless of the track, even if you're not familiar with the fair track, when I'm doing, my handicapping for Scioto, if they come in from a fair that I've never been to, a lot of the, like I said, the OCRA track, some of the other ones that I've been to, I know, kind of like what a good mile is. I always look at the last quarter and the last half because, that's where the money's made. Like CS Julie last time out at Athens, she only shows trotting in 2:09. But the half was in 2:06, or in a minute and 6 seconds. So they're coming back half in 3, trotted home in 30 and 3. I mean, that's a pretty good mile there by CS Julie at Athens last time out. Just in terms of the last half, the last quarter, where she did late. That's where you're not going to believe this. They don't write the checks till you get to the finish line.
Yeah, they don't.
So
That's right.
You can do all the good work you want to, get into the quarter and get into the lead. If you don't finish your mile, you don't get paid.
We had a deluge earlier this year since I do most of the stuff on the eastern side of the fate, which is home talent colt mainly. And we were at Cortland, and we were running in 2:16, 2:18 races. And they were actually impressive efforts.
because the track's a flat track, no bank turns,
Yeah.
and tons of water on it. I can't believe we got those cards in. The rain was today. We didn't have as much blowing wind, but multiply the rain by about 5, and that's what we had on the track. And they drug it. Actually, Mike was out there working on it. Mike was a starter that day. They had some actual tractors come out and dig some trenches and stuff. So, like, these guys want to get the races in, but 216 can be a decent mile, like you said. Sometimes it all depends on how they did it and what kind of surface and what type of speed variant these different fair tracks possess.
You're talking about some of our favorite fairs. One, I haven't got there for a couple years, but was going to go this year, and then I got called and had to go over to Marysville. It was on a Monday. We were going to go to Mount Vernon. I love the Mount Vernon Fairgrounds. It is beautiful. The racing, they have the pond and the infield, and the track's good, and the racing is good there. I love the Mount Vernon Fair, but I get to go to 2 for the OHHA that I haven't ever been to. I'm going to fill in for you got to go to school. So it's Woodsfield. That'll be the first time I've ever been there. And then the 31st of this month, I have to go to Mount Gilead.
Okay.
I've never been there.
Woodsfield's kind of neat. When you pull in there, when you go through the gate, they'll let you through the gate. As soon as they see your handsome face, you'll get pushed right through. But when you get past that part, they park you in the infield. And then you actually walk down like a set of steps and go underneath the track and pop out the other side. Take a lunch pail, though. Not as many food options there. Smaller type of fair as far as like the options to eat.
But it's got like the old, I know it's not there anymore, but like the mini Red Mile Tunnel.
Yes, exactly it. Yep, that's what it is. Yep.
It's funny, some of the younger people, we were talking about this, me and my buddies, some of the younger people, when you say that you're at the Red Mile and I was standing there at the tunnel, and they're like, there's no tunnel? Yeah, but there was for about 100 years.
Yeah. There's your field of 5 heading to the starting gate. Money spread around. Rosie Weaver and Sam Widger now current even money favorite. They're still trying to decide between the 1, 3, and 5. And we're going to send up to Ayers Ratliff for the call to 6th.
Has signaled a recall here in race 6.
It looks like someone lost something because there is a trainer running on the track to retrieve something. So I'm not sure what that was. I'm trying to see there. Maybe a Murphy blind. A head pole. Funny that people, it doesn't matter where you're at, they'll always wait till the last minute to wager. And it doesn't matter if you're at a county fair or if you're on the simulcast at a racetrack, because they'll wait till the last minute and you always get that last click of the odds board. So the one here, DD Silver Dollar down to even money there after the recall. Pink Magnolia 5-2, Miss Erie 8-5. So as Don said, they haven't been able to decide between 1, 3, and 5, and even with that money, I think that what we're looking at here is DD Silver Dollar. She was really fired up for Sammy. She was shaking her head and stuff when they went to the gate, and she banged into the gate pretty good. I think she knocked either the number off the screen or Mike and somebody else. They're down there working on the 1 screen on the starting gate, so she hit it pretty good there when she first came.
She is a current even money favorite right now.
She was ready to go and blast off, but unfortunately the starting gate was there. She tried to go through it. That didn't work out. We had one night, because Mike starts at Miami Valley and at Dayton. And I always tell the story that when I first started learning how to drive and driving a little bit, which I was never really good, but I had fun out there and stayed out of the way and was pretty much safe. The Andy and Sandy Albert were the starters that we had and I'm pretty sure that they did Lebanon and Scioto at the time. But, with the cheap horses that I had, you could get to the gate and you could get the horses up on the bit so that they were ready to go and do their work a little bit, to make a cheaper horse brave, get them on the bit, make them feeling like they're king of the world. The first time I started from Mike, and I was always first to the gate. One, I don't want to miss the gate because I'm not that good anyhow. But the first time that I started behind a Mike Weckenberg gate, I was the first one to it, and I never got to it. So he rolls the gate right along. So the guys get used to that at Miami Valley and Dayton, and then Scioto had hired Bob Mount to start the races, and he had most of the gates are 4 and 4 on the wings, and so then they'll have an extension for post 9. We score 9 wide at Scioto. The first race of the year, when Mike calls you to the gate, you better be to the gate or he's gonna roll and you're not gonna be able to catch him. And he had all the drivers, they knew this. Well, Bob Mount was not like that. Bob was, I'll call you to the gate, open the wings, and then as you get here, I'll start to pull away slowly. First race of opening day, Bob calls the horses to the gate, and Dan Noble came charging 150 miles an hour, and the gate never moved. It started to move, and he hit the gate and right about where the extension is, and broke the wing of the car, so we had a delay on the first race. I don't remember. Don't ask me what year that was because they're all the same year to me now. So,
in your driving career, did you win a pari-mutuel race as a driver?
Yes.
Nice.
2.
Who was your first win?
A horse named Lightning Colleen at the Red Mile.
Wow.
It was my first drive at the Red Mile. 157 and 2, maybe.
Did you pay anything?
$34.60. It was a lifetime mark for the horse.
Special day for you too.
Yeah. Dale Loney had the rail with a horse named Smell Swell. He was a good old stallion horse, but they had he wasn't going to be like a breeding stallion, so they had, at like 10 years old, they gelded him. And then when he came back to the races, he wasn't quite the same. He was a pretty good horse before, but when they gelded him, he came back, he wasn't that good. He had the rail. I don't remember what horse Josh Sutton was driving, but he was like 18 years old, had the 2-hole, and he had a horse that couldn't get out of its own way. And I had the 3-hole, so I left, got it behind Dale, got him behind Josh. At the top of the stretch, I was waiting for Dale. The horses always drift up the rail. I was going to go up the rail, and I'm waiting, and then I hear a voice from behind me saying, "Are you going to go or not?" And I looked to my right, and I had room to go. And then when I pulled, then Josh followed me, and I went through and picked up. But if I probably would have never pulled if I didn't hear Josh.
That's a great story.
That might have been a pretty good invitation to Josh too.
Trophy by Buchanan Auction Service. Purse $5,159 to the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off into trotting, and it's Miss Erie who just crosses right over with ease. They're in second, DD Silver Dollar as they move around the turn. On the inside then is CS Julie. Next is Pink Magnolia, and off stride. Flight Decor is lost her stride. She cannot find it as they move around the turn to the back stretch. And the leader, Miss Erie, up on the outside, DD Silver Dollar. CS Julie is there in third. Pink Magnolia is there in fourth. And further back to Flight Decor as they go to the opening quarter. Miss Erie shows her heels to the field in 34-1. They're in second. DD Silver Dollar. CS Julie is third. Pink Magnolia is fourth. And off stride again, Flight Decor. Off the turn in front of the stands for the first time. And the leader, Miss Erie. Miss Erie, the 6-5 shot, is the leader. They're in second. DD Silver Dollar. Now to the outside. Here comes Pink Magnolia. On the move for Jimmy Smith, and she just jumped off stride. Along the inside, CS Julie halfway home in 107-4. Around the turn they go. And the leader is CS Julie. DD Silver Dollar is there in second. Over there to be third is a CS Julie as they move on into the backstretch. Miss Erie leading. DD Silver Dollar. There we have CS Julie further on back to Pink Magnolia and far, far back to Flight Decor as they continue on to 3/4. Miss Erie with the lead. DD Silver Dollar is there in second. CS Julie is third as they went by 3/4. Miss Erie, she got them there in 1:41. They're in second. DD Silver Dollar. They're at the top of the stretch and they're on their way home, and with the lead, it is Miss Erie. DD Silver Dollar has been second throughout, but it is Miss Erie. Miss Erie will win. DD Silver Dollar finishing second. CS Julie is third. Time of the mile, 2:12, 1/5.
2:12 and 1. Didn't break any speed records there, but Carson Conrad cleared right from the gate, crossed right over at the beginning. Never looked back with Miss Erie. Late money was a good money too, as this one ended up co-second favorite at 6-5. Money came in on Miss Erie, and she didn't disappoint. Yeah, her lines weren't trotting faster than 2.5. Some of these other ones had shown a lot snappier mounts, but this horse has been racing at a little bit slower tracks. But gate speed was used to her advantage today and wired the field. Be a popular 420, 440 winner here.
Should be a popular when she goes to her next fair. You might want to remember that name because the way she crossed over, she sprinted when she was asked. She settled in, carved out very, very soft fractions. And then when it was time to go back here in the stretch, really finishing strong. It's going to be one of those deceiving fair lines where it's going to say 2:12, but she was really, really good.
Yeah, Sammy tried her 2 different times with DD Silver Dollar. Tried at the start, going out the quarter pole, and tried again at the half, but got seated both times by Miss Erie, and she is into the winner's circle.
And that's something that you see a lot here more now.
6th race, it is the 5, Miss Erie. Miss Erie is a 2-year-old bay filly by in range. Out of Perception by Swan for All, owned by Stephen Butler and Powerline Racing. Steve Carter trains. Carson Conrad, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:12 and 1. Trophy by Buchanan Auction Service.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
we've seen some horses make some breaks since we came back from the delay, but do you
second,
think
CS
many
Julie
of those?
third, Pink Magnolia fourth. Flight Decor was fifth, Miss Erie the winner. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 34 and 1, 107 and 4, 141, 212 and 1.
I don't know that
I don't
any
think they're track enhanced,
Yeah.
if that's what you're asking.
because the filly Jimmy Smith, when she ran here coming to half, she wasn't looking down. She was looking at the horses next to her and got green there, got a little sideways and ran. So that wasn't on the track. But
If you are local, too, some of the exotics that try 5-1 all, paying an all ticket. So if you have 5-1 and any number in the third spot, you can cash your ticket up front. Always check your tickets here when you're at the fairs, as a lot of times we do get all tickets to pay. That makes a wrap for race number 6. Takes us to race number 7. We've got 2-year-old filly pacers. Got a field of 6 signed on. Not sure if we've got any driver changes yet, but we'll go over that race after these brief messages.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Welcome back to the Muskingum County Fair in Zanesville, Ohio. Don Tiger, Barry Vickroy, Steve Taylor, bringing you 11 action-packed races. We're over the halfway point. We got 6 in, 5 to go. Takes us to race number 7. We've got 6 two-year-old filly pacers signed on here in the second of 3 divisions, going for $5,200. We've had a lot of fun over here so far today. We've had a track record. We've had a tornado siren. We've had 50-mile-an-hour winds, and we've told a lot of jokes and stories. So I would say it's a pretty good day in Zanesville.
Yeah, with that rain, with the wind, we got sideways rain. It blew right underneath the grandstand.
Yeah.
Luckily, we had plenty of friends that crowded in around us that protected us from that.
I grabbed a couple small children getting blown through, but we're good. We kept them. We saved them. All men are accounted for. So crowd's still good today. We're still pumping in at least $100 in the wind pools, too. So we're doing all right for that.
You want a bad joke for the day?
Yeah, please.
Just because we had that storm roll through, you know why in situations like that it's always save the women and children first? So the men can have peace and quiet to figure out how to fix things.
There you go.
Oh, you weren't listening to me?
He said he loved you. That's all.
It's like every other day? Okay. I'm not telling you now. You'll have to go on YouTube and find the replay of the live feed. See if you can figure it out.
It'll be entertaining if you did watch it.
Did you ever get thrown out? You ever get thrown out of a game?
Yo, yeah. Yeah.
Did you say the thing that they say you say in Bull Durham to get thrown out?
Yeah.
That's what got you thrown out?
I didn't say those exact words, but I've said things. I mean, it's here's the funny part I loved about when I knew umpires and we had to go pitch in a game. When an umpire came to me before the game and said, "You start," and yes, I got a tight zone. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't like that because that's a massive advantage to the hitter. I've had then guys come and say, "I got a big zone." Okay, again, music to my ears. Thank you. But when I got a guy that calls the first inning different than the second inning, than the third inning, and then I've always been known as a very competitive guy, so I've talked to them and told them my opinion of that, and sometimes the discussion wasn't civil, so
yeah.
They run me, which is okay.
I got the shower call once, and you're not going to believe this, knowing me. It was for being sarcastic.
And the guy didn't like that. The ump didn't like your sarcasm.
Plate guy just having a bad day, kind of all over the place. I was pitching the next day. I was in charge of game balls, getting to the batters, the bat boy, to take him out to the home plate umpire. So he would look over and say, "I need 3, I need 4. It was about the 5th inning. It was bad. Both teams were not happy. And he looked over at me and he said, "I need 2." And I said, "You need 2 good eyes." And
that was end of you.
See ya.
But
so
you weren't even pitching, though.
No,
you were just on the bench.
I was going to pitch the next day, so I turned around to our manager and said, I said, "I just got ran." He said, "What?" I said, "I just got ran." He said, "For what for?" I just gave him the palms up, like, "It's me." And he goes, "Well, we are in the entertainment business. Go get the people their money." And so I went out and I had the whole head bob and the finger point, and you don't know what a strike is, and we don't know what a strike is, and they don't know what a strike is. Nobody knows what a strike is, and never really said anything bad. It was just basically that, like, kick your dog, and let's get things straightened around so everybody knows what's going on. And then I said, "And I can't think of anything else to say, so I'm going to go take a shower." And I turned around and walked away after the game, knock on the clubhouse door. "Hey, Vickroy, there's a guy here." So I go over. His name was Craig Shoemaker.
The umpire.
Yeah. And I said, "I'm sorry. I've never even been thrown out. I don't even know what I was thinking." He goes, "No." He said, "Don't ever do that again." And I said, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I've never been thrown out before. That was the first time." I said, "I don't know." He goes, No. That happens. But if you're going to get thrown out and you're going to come out and argue when you're walking away, don't make me laugh." Anytime that I pitched and had Craig Shoemaker behind the plate, it was 25 inches long or wide, and it was ankles to shoulders
So he loved you.
the rest of the time.
He loved you.
And we got to be good friends.
Yeah, that's great.
It doesn't work like that with harness racing judges.
No, it does not. So let's not have anyone push any harness racing judges.
No, if you
cross one, you're crossed for life. Let's just be honest.
I told a young driver that had a problem with a call against him a number of years ago, and I told him that when that happens, you just
move on, pay your fine,
write your donation, and move on, because what you have just done is going to cost you thousands of dollars in fines. And he said, that's not going to happen. And I think it ended up, we were up around 4 or 5 before we stopped.
You learned the hard way. Here's your field.
The horses onto the track for race number 7, presented in honor of veterans and current service military members. Purse of $5,242, 2-year-old filly Pacers. Christian Myers on 6. 1 is Sempre Be Bella. Carson Conrad. 2, Blue Goose and Daniel Ireton. 3 is CPF Clean But Mean, Aaron Lehman. 4, Fairy Tale Yankee, Alex Hawk. 5 is Monty's Girl with Brady Clemens. And the 6, She's a Owie, driver change, Christian Myers in the sulky.
And here we go, race number 7, 2-year-old filly Pacers. The 1, Sempre Be Bella. Steve Carter trains, Carson Conrad drives. Steve and Haley Carter, father and daughter here, own this one. Making only the second start. First start was very impressive. Drew the 8-hole with second tier at Chillicothe. And this one ended up finishing second by 10 lengths. Individually timed 59.2. This one has some go. Draws a rail here. And we're looking for 3 in a row for her, Carter and Conrad.
19-1 on the 2 Blue Goose. Daniel Ireton for Marlin and Lori Farnes-Smith. 4th career start unplaced, but getting some checks. A 4th and a couple of 5ths in the first 3. Daughter of Memphis Flash here, homebred.
3-horse CPF Clean But Mean. Jagger Miller trains for Crazy Parrot Farm. Aaron Lehman has the lines today. This one's 7 of 7 on the board. Hasn't missed the board in a brief career here. Already $9,361 in earnings. Last time out at Jefferson was a good 3rd. Prior to that, second tier start was a good 2nd over at Mansfield. Inside post helps. This one's 4-1.
Fairy Tale Yankee, Alex Hawk, 5-2 on the board. I was going to say after that last race, Stephen Butler was a co-owner. Usually has a lot of horses with Eric Butler, and Melvin Byler trains those. They will team up here. 4th career start coming off of a win at Athens last time out. Wire to wire back half in a minute, 29-4 last quarter. That, as we were just talking, those the kind of fair lines you want to see.
5-horse Monty's Girl. Eric Nisselrod trains for Ryan Householder. Brady Clemens has the lines today. This one does start from the far outside, but look at this. 2 for 3 on the season at Winner's Circle. 3 for 3 first or second. Last time out, powerful win at Athens. Opened up by 3. Prior to that was a winner by 16 over at Piketon. This one individually timed 59 seconds last time out. Was 1-9, 2 back at Piketon. 3-5 last time out. Well meant here at 3-2.
Second tier start for She's a Owie. Donner Sumakumalani. Mitchell Bean owns and trains. Carson Conrad drives. Was the favorite at Athens last time out. All she could manage was a 3rd place finish. Still looking for that first career win. 0 for 6 on the board half of the start. 2nd and a 3rd in her last 3. Just like Fairy Tale Yankee, She's a Owie. Good mile there at Athens. Back half in 101, a beaten favorite there, so she didn't bring her best. A second tier start's not going to aid her cause today at 6-1.
There's your field of 7. Another update brief as Toport as the Wilkenberg starting gate starting to go. 5 horses settled in as your favorite. 8-5 Monty's Girl. Second choice Semper Be Bella from the rail. Carson Conrad. On the 6, She's a Owie. Make the driver Christian Myers, who will start from the second tier. Race 7, we're going to send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the call.
The stretch purse $5,242. Here they come. They're off and pacing and trying for the lead is Fairy Tale Yankee. All on the outside, Bonnie's Girl as they move around the turn. CPF Clean But Mean is there in early third. The Blue Goose is in fourth, over there fifth. Simpri Be Bella and the trailer. Comes Shiza Oe as they now move into the backstretch on their way to the opening quarter. And out there with the lead, Fairy Tale Yankee. There in second is Monty's Girl. CPF Clean But Mean is third. Blue Goose is there in fourth to the outside. Simpri Be Bella, opening quarter in 30. And the trailer is Shiza Oe as they move around the turn. And out there with the lead, Fairy Tale Yankee. In their second is Amani's Girl. She's looking a bit antsy in the pocket. CPF Clean But Mean is third. Rolling down here to the half. Then moving now to the outside. Here comes Simpri Be Bella and Carson Conrad as they went here by the half. On the inside, Fairy Tale Yankee. Outside, Simpri Be Bella, 101 and 2. Monty's Girl has now been sent to the outside. She's on the move and off stride. Simpri Be Bella, she came right back down pacing though as they move on into the backstretch. On their way to three quarters, Simpri Be Bella. Monty's Girl on the outside. CPF Clean But Mean is in third. Nothing more from Fairy Tale Yankee than it's Shiza Oe and the Goose can see them all as they go on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race. Simpri Be Bella, 132 and 2. Monty's Girl is over there in second. CPF Clean But Mean, she's moving 3 wide as they come to the top of the stretch. Simpri Be Bella on the outside. Monty's Girl, grandstand side. CPF Clean But Mean. We got a horse race here in Zanesville. 3 across the racetrack. Monty's Girl, CPF Clean But Mean. Photo for win. Very, very thin, tight finish in race number 7. Time of the mile, 2:06, 1/5.
Well, I didn't have to pay admission today when I came in. I don't believe you did either because we have passes. But if you did, you're certainly getting your money's worth. That was a great race again. 3 of them across the track. I'm not so sure they weren't going to look at the one anyway with the bobble up the backside. I mean, that one did get down pretty quick but didn't lose any ground. I'm not a judge, so I don't have to get in the middle of that. But didn't matter anyway because the 2 horses that were sitting behind it both went by. Nice, powerful effort by these Monty Mickeys continuing to impress me. This Monty's Girl was well meant right off the gate. He put this one in play, sat the pocket, and then moved behind the one when the one made the power move, and just grinded that one down right to the wire. But looks like 5-3-1 unofficial. We'll wait for the judges.
Thought he said 3-5-1.
It was tight. I thought the 5 won it from my vantage point. But
Pretty close to the wire. I thought the 5 won it, but I mean, we're sitting just a little bit before the finish line, so typically that would give the outside horse the advantage, but it looked like it was 5 to me, but I don't have the photo finished. I'm pretty sure he said 3-5-1. She was definitely the fastest at the wire, though.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 and the 5 really used themselves in that third quarter. That was a big number from the half to the 3/4. Aaron's still coming back. I'm very shocked at this. I mean, I thought the 5 won cleanly, but.
Do you know him?
I do not, but I know he does everything for Jerry Miller. He drives pretty much all Jerry's horses, and I don't think he's 100% convinced either. Wow, that's.
Yeah, they had announced 3-5-1. I thought they did. It's now official 3-5-1. So
Reach them at the wire here.
Let's just give it on the 1. It's 6th choice. Yeah, get the 1.
It's the 3 CPF Clean But Mean, a 2-year-old bay filly by Fear the Dragon and a glorious virgin by Always a Virgin. On my Crazy Parrot Farm, Jerry Miller is the trainer. Aaron Lehman, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:06 and 1. Trophy presented in honor of veterans and current service members. Simpri B. Bella was third, Blue Goose sixth, CPF Clean But Mean the winner. Fairy Tale Yankee was fourth, Monty's Girl second, Shiza OE fifth. 3, 6, 1, 4, 2, 5 on the bottom, 30 seconds. 101 and 2, 132 and 2, 206 and 1.
Race 7 is in the books. The 3 horses official on tote board, 724, 24, 20 exacta was $10. Try was $70. We've had some nice $70 trifectas for these short horse fields. So race 7 in the books, 351. Takes us to race number 8. We still got 4 races to bring you. This is the second division. 3-year-old colt trotters going for $7,000. We'll tell you all about those 6 entrants after these brief messages.
Once a year, the greatest converge. 12 championship races, over $7 million on the line. History will be made. Legends will rise. In October 2026, Scioto Downs becomes the venue where speed meets destiny. The Breeders' Crown, harness racing's ultimate showdown. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Welcome back to Muskingum County Fair in Zanesville, Ohio. Don Tiger, Barry Vickroy, and Steve Taylor bringing you all the action-packed racing here. If you're wondering why we're still on the air, we did have a slight delay for about 40 minutes, but we've gotten to get all these in. We've seen some great racing here today, Barry.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Like you said, we've gotten our money's worth. One question, because this is my seasonal debut for the OHHA broadcast. Does Steve always talk as much?
Yes, he does.
Man,
Yes.
it's exhausting.
But what if you had to work with him on your own? Couldn't get a word in edgewise, right?
I think maybe at Woodsfield I'll have to.
I got another news for you. When he does talk, they don't even hear him. We only hear him. He wires his mic that way.
That's not any fun.
Public doesn't even know who he is. But I do, because he's actually, this is our last year for Steve. Steve is he's in his master's program, and he's going to be graduating and getting on to much bigger and better things than following me around 12 fairs in Ohio on a summer's basis.
That doesn't seem possible.
He's getting out of the nest. Usually in this game, once you get in it, you can never get out. But he is seceding from the union, but we're very proud of him. Super smart guy. He did. I don't know the whole stuff, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know Frank's told me he has had a big impact on the new OHA website. He's one of our tech guys that's extremely talented, and we're happy to have him. He speaks a little too much, but besides that, he's a great guy. So we're happy to have him.
I don't think that I've ever come to one of these broadcasts that not worked with somebody that was a lot smarter than me.
Today's that day.
And I'm not just talking about you.
Yeah, today's that day.
You guys that do the video and the wires and all of
that. Way beyond my pay grade. If they asked me to set this thing up, I would put my cell phone up and say, here's how you're going to see the races today, because I cannot plug all that stuff in.
Whenever something goes wrong with Kim's car or something around the house, I'm like, babe, you do know that for a living, I literally push a button and talk. That is my skill set. So once we get outside of push a button and talk,
you're done.
I've got to YouTube it to figure it out.
There you go.
And she's like, all I want you to do is put a new roll of toilet paper on the thing. I'm like, babe, button.
Again, that's beyond my pay grade.
Button
right?
talk. Button talk. Now you know why she acts like she does. This is a good group coming up here. 3-year-old colt gelding trotters. Nice purses down here at Zanesville as well. We've seen some 6 in a 7-horse field, but the 6 horses are going to go for $7,000. There's only going to be one group that goes home empty-handed for a $7,000 purse at a county fair. I like it.
Yeah, you have to like it. And here we've got another trace horse. We've got Leave No Trace. Has to be along with the Zane Trace, right? In some manner?
I don't know. This is a different breeder and different ownership group, so not quite sure. Same trainer, but I'm not sure that Virgil had anything to do.
I'll have to poke Virgil and ask him.
So yeah, you get, the 1 is unplaced in 6 starts, but the 2 has 4 wins, 4 seconds, 13. 3's been on the board 5 of 9 without a win. The 4, a couple of thirds and just 6 starts. The 5, 1, 2, 5 out of 11 with 3 wins, and this is a horse that starts from the second tier, 1 of 14, and has spent some time at the fairs or the raceways, and a winner in Northfield Park in '57. So for $7,000 at a fair, this is a good group. 5 on gate, 5 in line, and 1 behind.
Do you miss Barry jogging, or do you get out every now and then?
I can't do it, and because
elbow.
No, love the horses too much. I get attached.
Oh, so it's kind of like the baseball thing. Like
yeah,
when you go quit playing, the easiest thing to do is turn it off for a while.
Yeah, you just if you go, well, if I go to a barn and I pet a horse and you give me the opportunity to jog it, now I want to come in, I want to give it a bath, and I want to brush it, and I want to do the legs up and all the things that I didn't want to do when I was getting paid to do it. But yeah, once you get attached to a horse, it's
hard to get detached.
What was it? Walt Whitman? That might be the truest words ever spoken. Something about the outside of a horse is good for the inside of a man. There is nothing like a relationship with a horse. Nothing.
Yeah.
So I can't just show up every once in a while and jog a random horse, because then that random horse is going to become my obsession.
Yeah, correct.
We're going to be buying saddle pads and breast collars and personalized halters and new pretty leg wraps and
calling Kenny or Roger or Ayers to fill in because that night you're going down the paddock and right?
Oh yeah.
I know the rest of the story.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Up here working like a dog, she goes and gets a big old bucket of French fries and didn't even offer to bring us any.
How much of the 50s left?
I'll go get a bucket. You guys can share a bucket. Ketchup.
We could probably tear up a bucket. The only problem is he's going to Roosters after this.
Isn't that a great idea?
Yeah, we could hit Roosters in Circleville, huh? Be dueling Roosters things.
Roosters is a specialty for DT. He loves his Roosters. $100 in a win pool. Most of it's on the 2, 1 to 5 in here. Pump action. Sam Widger, Rosie Weaver. This one's 3 wins in the last 4 starts. So looking to make it 4 or 5 in the last 5 efforts here. And the public certainly pumping this one in. This one stays flat and goes forward off the gate. That's a deadly combination here.
Saw him at the fair at the raceways. Go between tracks to get me all confused. At the raceways earlier this year, and maybe in Buckeye Stallion series. Not quick enough to carry that speed over the raceways, but doesn't have a problem doing that on the fair tracks though.
Not at all. Some horses are better off suited for these type of environments, and this could certainly be one. Turn out to be a very nice day. The sun's out now. Got nice blue skies, some clouds in them, a lot better than it was a couple hours ago. And here's your post break.
Here are the horses for race number 8, trophy by DJ Group 1. What a party, Dylan Fagan. 2, Pump Action, Sam Widger. 3, Creating Speed, and Case Bateson. 4 is Don't Dawdle Dude, Barney Dillon. 5, Leave No Trace, and Alex Hawk. And the 6, Judge Let, Justin Hall in the sulky. That's the field for the 8th race. 3-year-old Colton.
Here you go, race number 8, 3-year-old Colton Gelding, second division, going for $7,113. The 1 horse, What a Party. Alicia Hanners trains for Brandy Duncan. Dylan Fagan has the lines today. This one's a maiden, 0 for 18 in the career, showed breaks in 1 back, 2 back. Last time flat, though, did run 4th. Again, still a young horse trying to still figure out the game. And this one, I don't have an updated totes odd, but this one's a long shot.
Yeah, 1-9 on the 2 pump action last time we saw. This is from a good family. Thus the $29,000 price at the Blooded Horse sale for Rosie Weaver, Harlan Acres, Sam Wedger drives 4 wins, 4 seconds, 13 starts this year. A winner at help me out, Don, BER Berlin. Berea last time out, back half in 101.
3 horse Creating Speed. Case Bateson's going to try to create some speed with this one. Karen Freed trains and co-owns with Dark Iron Racing and Crazy Parrot Farms. This one's 0 for 9 this year, but did score last year 1 of 5, but 5 and 9 on the board. Good second place finish last time out at Mansfield. Prior to that was 3rd at Lisbon and 3rd at Mount Vernon. So another one always hitting the board, always close to the action. And probably 7-2 morning line, probably a decently played price horse in here too.
4, Don't Dawdle Dude. Barney Dillon trains and drives and co-owns with Donna Weber. A muscle up the goal. Good 2-year-old campaign. 3 wins and 9 starts with a second and a third, 12,000. No wins, no seconds in 6 starts so far this year. A couple of third-place finishes. One of those came last out. Don't Dawdle Dude, 21-1. A little surprising to see Creating Speed up there right now, Don, 40-1.
It's a big number. I would have thought this one was 7-2 morning line was a lot better. 5 horse Leave No Trace. The one, the only Virgil Morgan Jr. trains this one. Richard Freeze owns. Alex Hawk has the lines today. We'll start from the far outside post, but this one was a good second place finish last time out, 34-1 at Xenia. Prior to that, Sydney was a winner, and 4 back at Wilmington was a good second. Individually trotted 59-1. Luke Hanners was driving. Alex Hawks has been good with this one for 1-2 last time out. 5 of 11 on the board. Already tried 201 at Scioto. Public's back in this one a little bit, 3-1.
Starting out the second tier, 6, Judge Letts on a creatine. Justin Hall trains and drives for Golden Gate USO. This was a bargain purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. $6,000 yearling purchase, already $39,000 in his career. $17,000 this year, 1 of 14. The win came at Northfield in 157. Kind of like Don't Dawdle Dude, Judge Lett just looks like has got the ability, just needs to stay at it, stays trotting, could spring a nice upset here as everybody's going to be a big price with pump action being 1-5.
Yeah, they're pumping it in on pump action here for sure. Starting gate starting to roll. They're starting to assemble up the backside. Quick updated look at the tote action. Pump action is 1-5. Second choice is the 5, Leave No Trace at 7-2. All the others, the 6 is 9-1, but then you've got double digits on pretty much everyone. If you're local on track, probably not bad playing a win place ticket on the 3 or the 1 just for some inside post value. Both 45-1.
We always talk about at Scioto that, I'm a $2 better. I don't play a whole lot. For somebody that's at the racetrack all the time, if I were to bet a lot, that'd be like a bartender that drinks.
You can't have that. Bad combination.
So, $2. I like to throw $2 around every once in a while. I wouldn't be afraid to throw $2 at the 4 or the 6. Like I said, I think if they stay at it, they got a shot.
And we're going to find out what's going to happen next. Call race number 8. We're going to send it up to the voice of Zanesville, Ayers Ratliff.
The stretch, trophy by DJ Group, and here they come. They're off and trotting and going out there looking for the lead. Leave No Trace as they move around the turn. Pump action is there to his inside. Losing stride, Creating Speed. And they're now taking 3rd is Don't Dawdle Dude, What a Party, and Judge Lett. They're into the back stretch and pump action, and Widger lead them out there by a length and a quarter. Leave No Trace is there in second. Don't Dawdle Dude in third. Over there fourth, What a Party. Then it's Judge Let. And Creating Speed, the opening quarter, 30 and 1/5. Around the turn they go. Pump Action leads the way in there to be second. As they move around the turn is Leave No Trace. Don't Dawdle Dude in third. Over there fourth is Judge Let as they travel down here to the half. Then it's What a Party. And Creating Speed, trotting onto the line for the first time. And the leader, Pump Action. Right there in second, Leave No Trace. 1:02 is the halftime. Over there in third is Don't Dawdle Dude. Judge Let in fourth. Over there fifth is What a Party with Creating Speed. They move into the back stretch on their way to the 3/4 mile mark of the race. And the leader is Pump Action. They're in second as Leave No Trace. Don't Dawdle Dude is now moving up on the outside. In there next is Judge Let. They go by 3/4 in 1:34 and 3. In and around the final turn, Pump Action leading. Don't Dawdle Dude on the outside second. Third at the rail is Leave No Trace. Judge Let is further back and forth with What a Party and Creating Speed. They're into the stretch and a drive for the wire, and with the lead, with them on top, it is Pump Action. Pump Action from start to finish. Don't Dawdle Dude finishing second, and Leave No Trace is third. Time of the mile, 2:05 and 2.
Public had to do is listen to one Mr. Barry Vickroy and play 2 over the 4-6 and a $2 exacta. That'd be pretty good. 1 to 5 over 23 to 1. I guarantee it's a lot better than the combination, which was 2-5, which is probably a $6 exacta. I'm going to guess this comes back $18 or $20. What do you say?
Yeah.
And probably if they did split the 2-win place, they got out. This should be a $6, $8 place ticket, right?
You would think so.
All you give out is winners. Or in this case, all you give out is second place finishers.
All I do is make people money. That's it.
And that certainly happened at the Zanesville Fair. Anytime you give a 23 to 1 shot out to run first or second. And down there in the green shirt, that guy right there probably has it. Mr. Baker.
Yeah.
The Barry Vickroy Fan Club. We are officially at 1.
That was really nice though. That made
does.
That made
it's
my
a great
day.
feeling. It's a great feeling.
It was tough when it switched when I started doing the announcing thing, because, and I think we talked about this before, being like an athlete and then racing horses, like when you play a sport, even if you come up on the wrong side of the scoreboard, you know if you played well or if you just stunk it up that day.
Sure.
You know. You know. When you race your horse, you know that if you did your work correctly that week, you know, whether you win or, good week, bad week, win. This is like a performance art. You never know if you're doing it right.
No, correct.
So it was tough.
Race, it is the 2 Pump Action. 3-year-old, a bay-gutted son of Long Tom and a Jailhouse Jenny by Jailhouse Jesse on my Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver. Rosie Weaver trains Sam Widger, the winning driver, 2:05 and 2. Trophy by DJ Group. What a Party was 5th. Pump Action, the winner. Creating Speed, 6th. Don't Dawdle Dude was 2nd. Leave No Trace, 3rd. And Judge Let was 4th. 5, 1, 6, 2, 3, 4 on the bottom. 30 and 1/5. 1:02, 1:34 and 3. 2:05 and 2.
So not only would, if you would have listened to Barry Vickroy and put the 2 over the 4 in the exacta, you would have had the only ticket. But if you did play the Quinella, you got a $31 ticket because you thought maybe you'd get on top of the 2. And he paid $8.60 to place. So no matter what your fan club did with that one, Barry, they made money. So 245 official takes us through 8 races here. We've still got 3 to go. And we'll tell you more about race number 9 after these brief messages.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Feel the thunder, experience the speed, witness the excitement of Ohio harness racing. Ohio is home to 4 pari-mutuel tracks with exciting action at Northfield Park, Scioto Downs, Miami Valley Gaming and Racing, and Dayton Raceway. Plus racing at 66 county and independent fairs statewide. From legendary events like the Little Brown Jug to the Dayton Racing Derby, Battle of Lake Erie, and Next Generation Stakes, Ohio is where champions race. The speed, the tradition, the excitement. Don't just watch it, be a part of it. Race Ohio, it's your best bet.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead, sire of multi-million-dollar performers, with his first big crop of talented 2-year-olds making their mark on the track. Also standing, Slay, son of Chapter 7, with his highly anticipated first crop of yearlings selling this fall. And Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Wallner with his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track this summer. Looking for your next superstar? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients proudly offer high-quality yearlings with pedigree, conformation, and performance potential at public auctions this season. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Welcome back to the Muskingum County Fair in Zanesville, Ohio. Don Tiger Bear, Vic Roy, Steve Taylor, bringing you 11 races over here. We've got 8 in the books, still 3 to bring you. Takes us to race number 9. Got a prohibitive 1-9 favorite here. Catch the Moment. These connections of Rosie Weaver and Sam Widger already have a 3-bagger on Believe on the day. Looking to make it 4 out of 9.
We're still early, though. There's $45 in the win pool.
Yeah. Means got at least 38 or 40 on them, correct? Since we have a couple 7-2, 8-1.
I was looking at this one. This one could get a little, what was it Sam McKee used to say, get a little Western. And I'll tell you why I think that. One, Sammy Widger's got the rail. So you know where he's going. He's getting pointed.
Yep.
The horse that draws the second tier, Derek Flowers, is driving. She's done some good work. The dam was she was a hard knocking professional horse. I'm a machine baby. Daughter of Mach 3. This is a Catch a Fire filly. Rashawn Trigg trains. Derek's going to start from the second tier. He's going to be right behind Sammy. Now Derek's a pretty good half-mile driver. He does well at these fairs. He's not going to be afraid to be right on his helmet going in the first turn, especially if she's 1-9, and he's going to want to protect his position. And I think that she's got the ability to do it. So then that's going to leave Be Quiet and Drive, section line frame, Little Booger and Rose Run Carmine on the outside there, trying to figure out if they want to try and go forward around Sammy or if they want to just get in line 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I think his first turn could be a little interesting in this one.
Yeah, young Alex Hawk, he likes to drive the front end too. He likes to leave off the wings, so that could be one mixing it up early. We'll have to see.
In perspective, he's still young, but he's not really young anymore, Alex.
34.
34 years old now. Man, that makes me feel old.
Me too. I remember when his dad was a young man.
I almost ran over his dad at Lebanon one night.
Really?
I forget, he was driving a horse that would make standstill brakes, and he got him all the way around there to the finish line. Stuck him. And there's
you rolling up.
I'm driving like we're going for $1 million for that $5 for that 5th place check. You got to pick up that I think
$1,200 pot, $1,800 pot. What was it?
Probably
something like that.
$225, and
yeah.
I am driving for all it's worth. But I knew the horse I was driving, I knew I had pretty good control of him, so I drove him right to the wire, and then I just slammed on the brakes, and I just tink right off the frame of the bike. But Dave's eyes were as big as saucers when he looked over his shoulder and I was coming. And then when we went on, geez, I thought you were going to kill me. But, and then every time I saw him after that, he'd be like, I still don't know how you got that horse stopped. Well, 240 pounds of pure power, baby. That was a number of years ago. I never had a problem getting one to stop.
It was getting one to go. Got 2 horses out on the track. Looks like all our warm-ups are done for today. Shout out to Tim Van Horn. He's in the grandstands. I see him over there today. He's got him and Frida. They came over to watch races today. They got a couple in tomorrow. He's always well represented at Zanesville, but nice to see him in the grandstands.
Anytime you see those VH horses.
That's his new moniker.
VH. I got a good story for you. You'll like this one because it's about Brady Galliers.
Okay.
He had claimed or bought a horse named Bongo, and he was pretty good on the front end. He put him in at the Delaware County Fair and raced him over there, rolled him. He stopped like an 8-day clock.
At the half or 3/4 or?
Down the backstretch.
Okay.
And about a week later, he put a post on Facebook that he was having trouble. He had turned Bongo out, and he was having trouble catching him. When he would go out there, he said, he just keeps running and he won't come to me. I can't get him anything. I said, have you tried putting a 3/4 pole out there? He'll stop for that. It worked at Delaware.
That's a good one. Oh, your sarcasm is beautiful.
Why is she shaking her head no? She laughs all day long. Life is one big.
She's blessed. She gets to hear these on a daily basis, right?
All day long. That's all right. She's got her medication for all of that, so as long as she remembers to take it. I can always tell when she didn't take her medication because I come home, I can't find anything. Been cleaning all day long. Everything's in a different spot.
Got a good crowd out here today. People have stuck around. I even see a whip. Looks like someone was able to get a whip off of one of the drivers today. It's always nice to see. Got some young patrons here, 6 to 8 years old, with their cowboy boots in the stands. Reminds me of another program. We have the Buddy program, where if you're 12 years old and under, I think, I'm not positive on the age, but if you sign up on our OHHA website, you get some swag. You get some cool stuff mailed to you. Maybe like a stuffed animal, Willie Winnett. I think that's what they call him, the Willie Winnett guy. Yeah. So
but you have to be 12.
We're slightly 12. Above. We just missed the cutoff, me and you.
Oh, so I
and
can't.
We're going by actual age, not mentality. So.
What if I just put the false age down?
Possibly might work. You could get a Willie Winnett.
Think there's anything that'll fit me?
No. Oh. Maybe your toe.
Maybe. I'll tell you the cool thing they have at Scioto Downs, and I saw them a couple of years ago having them, but they made an addition is, they had some T-shirts that were like the driver's colors.
Uh-huh.
So we used to see some Chris Pages and I think they had Chris Page and Brett Miller there maybe last year or the year before. Well, this year I saw that they have Chris Page and David Miller T-shirts that look like their colors, which
that's cool.
Which I went back there and I said, "If you got it,
I got a 2X,
2,
3."
Yeah, 3X back there, and they were like, "Nah, I've got an extra large." But they always forget about the big guys.
They do, man. We're always left out.
Here, I got one that'll leave you out. Size is that hat?
8. Big noggin.
Big brains.
Big brains.
Did you see that, though? Did you think the same thing about this race with Sammy leaving and Derek being good on the half the way he is and having the second tier? Like this first turn, I mean, all these guys.
You show other like this little booger. This horse shows leaving the gate too. And like I said, Alex likes to drive the front end. You know, he's another guy that likes to get him off the wings and get him involved. Here's your post parade.
Here they are for the upcoming 9th race Southern Valley Colt Circuit 2-year-old filly pacers. Trophy by Zane Feed and Supply. 1 Catch the Moment, Sam Widger. 2 Be Quiet and Drive, Carson Conrad. 3 Section Line Fame, Alex Hawk. 4 Lil Booger with David Young II. 5 Rose Run Carmine, Christian Myers. And the 6 Fire Filly, Derek Flowers in the sulky.
Here you go. We're going to take a look at this race number 9, 2-year-old fillies, third division, going for 52-42 to 1. Catch the moment. Rosie Weaver trains and co-owns with Heartland Acres. Sam Widger has the line today. Very impressive resume so far. 10-10 on the board. 19,000 in earnings. Took a mark 202 at Paynesville, and that happened 4 back. This one was an easy winner last time out by 9. As my co-host said, this Sammy Widger likes to go forward, has the rail. The locals are pumping it in 1-5.
2, Be Quiet and Drive, 20 to 1. 7th career start here today. Won her debut at the Circleville Fair. Just about wire to wire in 2:08. It's been all uphill since then. 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th, and the last 3 still looking to get back to the winner's circle. I did get the addition of Lasix back on July 9th, so this will be the 5th start on Lasix for her.
3, Section Line Fame. Alex Hawk has the lines. Melvin Byler owns and trains this one. This 2-year-old daughter by Western Fame. 2 for 4 on the season. Nice win last time out, too. That one had the 5-hole, made a move at the half. Won by 2 lengths that way, and 2-1 and 2. This one kicks home pretty well. 2 of 4 on the season. Offers a little value here at 3 to 1.
7 to 1 on the 4. Little Booger, done her dancing Yankee. 4th career start, a win and a 3rd. Started out with a good qualifier at Scioto, 2 minutes. Last quarter, 29 and 3. Has done some solid work. The 3 starts at Wellston, Piketon, and Athens. 4th last time out. Just did not, might have went a little too much for her down there at Athens, 59. David Young's driven her all the time she's gone behind the gate for Karen Bright and Steve Swansel.
5-horse, Rose Run Carmine. Ed Ryder trains for Ed Teefy. Christian Myers has the line today. This one will be starting from the far outside post. 0 for 3, hasn't hit the board yet on the season. Made a skip, 2 back. This one's just learning the game, slowly getting brought along her, this 2-year-old filly, and she is 99 to 1.
40 to 1 on Dairy Flowers and Fire Philly from the 2nd tier. Rashawn Trigg trains for Latoya Hewlett. This is a Catch the Fire out of the Mach 3 mare I'm a Machine Baby, a $8,500 Buckeye Classic sale purchase. 6 career start, 4 times 2nd, and a 3rd yet to find the winner's circle. I think she's going to be aggressive from that 2nd tier at 40 to 1.
And that's your field of 6. Wilkenberg starting gate starting to roll. Last quick look at the tote auction here. One Catch the Moment's had all the money pumped in from the word go, and this one's currently 1 to 5. Second choice is the 3, Section Line Fame at 3 to 1. And Barry's choice here, his live long shot, see if he can get another one home. Fire Philly at 40 to 1 from the 2nd tier. Here's Ayers for the call.
By Zane Feed and Supply. 2-year-old Philly Pacers. Here they come. They're off into pacing. Section Line Fame fires off the gate looking for the lead. Losing stride was Rose Run Carmine as they move around the turn. Now Little Booger has jumped off stride. As they move on into the backstretch, and Section Line Fame leads the way. Be Quiet and Drive is there in 2nd. Catch the Moment is 3rd. Over there 4th is Fire Philly. Further on back to Little Booger and Rose Run Carmine. As they move to the opening quarter. And out there with the lead, with them on top is Section Line Fame. They're in 2nd. Be Quiet and Drive, 30 and 1/5. On into the turn they go. Catch the Moment is there in 3rd. Fire Philly is 4th. Further back in 5th is Little Booger. And the trailer, Rose Run Carmine, as they travel down here to the halfway mile mark of the race, being led by Section Line Fame and Alex Hawk, leading them out there by 2. In their 2nd, Be Quiet and Drive. In 3rd is Catch the Moment, halfway home in 101 and 4. Around the turn they go, and the leader, Section Line Fame. In their 2nd, Be Quiet and Drive, and Carson Conrad is sending her to the outside as they enter the backstretch on their way to 3/4. Catch the Moment is there in 3rd. Pacing 4th, Fire Philly. Continuing to 3/4. Be Quiet and Drive leads the way now by 2. Catch the Moment is trying to move up on the outside. 3/4, 133 and 3. In and around the final turn. And the leader, Be Quiet and Drive. Catch the Moment is in 2nd. Fire Philly 3rd. They're at the top of the stretch. They turn for home, and with the lead, it's still Be Quiet and Drive. On the outside, Catch the Moment, Be Quiet and Drive will win. Catch the Moment finishing second. Fire Philly is third. Time of the mile, 2:04, 4/5.
2:04 and 4, Be Quiet and Drive. Carson Conrad for dad. Charlie Conrad makes a power move up the backside and does not look back. And juicy 15-1 on the tote board for the locals that might have bet Be Quiet and Drive. 2-5 favorite, Catch the Moment. Got away third, rallied up for second, but really never challenged the winner at all there.
It would have been a good hunch play from me, 15-1, because that's what I heard the whole way over here.
Should be a decent exotic here, right? 216.
The one horse doesn't look like she was as hard as it would be to believe, because I don't think that this track is slippery, but she just wasn't getting over it.
She didn't catch it. No, she did not catch this track today at all. Be Quiet and Drive now 2 for 7 in her brief career. Decent clocking here over here today too, considering the track condition. Nice power move up the backside.
It's going to help to offset that huge sale price. How do you get an $8,000 yearling out of the Ohio Select sale?
It's one of the lower ones for sure.
Summa cum laude out of a Better's Delight mare.
$216 is official, exacta 24, 32.20 to win on the 2.
I know she was just third in there, but I like that Fire Philly a little bit better after I've seen her. She's power packed.
Winning the 9th race, to Be Quiet and Drive, a 2-year-old bay filly by Summa Cum Laude. At a Gracie Lane by Better's Delight on by Charles Conrad, trained by Alicia Hanners. Carson Conrad, the winning driver, 2:04 and 4. Trophy by Zane Feed and Supply. Catch the Moment was second. Be Quiet and Drive, the winner. Section Line Fame was fourth. Little Booger was fifth. Rose Run Carmine sixth. Fire Philly was third. 2-1-4, 5-6-3, 30 and 1/5, 101 and 4, 133 and 3, 204 and 4.
Race 9's a wrap. 216. As always, check your tickets. The 216 try was uncovered, so 2-1 all pays. Now we're down to our late daily double. We've got 2 more races to bring you. I'm going to bring you race number 10, which is 2-year-old filly Trotters, 3rd division. 4 horses signed on. We'll tell you about those 4 contestants after these brief messages.
They're often racing in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. Catch the excitement of Ohio harness racing at one of the county fairs in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. For over 150 years, people have gathered at county fairs to cheer on their favorite racehorses. Keep the tradition alive. Visit one of the 10 fairs in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit this summer. Horses, racing, and winning. It's the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. 10 great fairs in southeastern Ohio. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Back here at the Muskingum County Fair, Zanesville, Ohio. I'll lead us in. Barry Vickroy, sidekick to Don Tiger today. If a 5-horse field is an owner's race, what's a 4-horse field?
A special owner's race.
Okay.
Because you know how you get a little extra.
Yeah, the extra.
I never know, because I've been told each circuit has a different way of paying out. Like last year I was in a 3-horse field, and I got like 65% for winning, but then sometimes they change it to like 60, 30, 10, other circuits. So, but I know this much.
if you've only got 4 to pay, no matter how you break up the pie, it's going to be a little bigger than if you had 5 to break it up. So
a little is better than none. Oh, I said that when they ask, like, why didn't this big horse go to $1 million race? Well, it is fun to race for $1 million, as you know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But if you're going to be 8th,
it's no fun. I just had this discussion because the Dan Patch, I love that race. It's a fun race, and I think I've raced in it for the last 5 years maybe. But last night, or Friday night I should say, 2 days ago, all of our local horses, because I'm kind of one of those weird guys like that I root for local horses. Like I live in Pittsburgh. If Pitt Panthers are playing Houston, I'm rooting for Pitt. If WVU's playing for like I root for the Buckeyes against Michigan. Like, so I root for Woman Layer, Little Rocket Man, By the Missile, and guess what? None of them got any money, and you have to pay $2,500 to enter those races.
Yeah.
So sometimes you can stay home and run in the open and go for 25 or 30, and if you're second, you pick up 7,500. So
more of a little is better than none of a lot.
I would agree with that statement, 100%.
You're just talking about rooting for people. Like Jenna thinks that, and I think Jason Roth as well. I think they don't believe me when I tell them this. I'm Ohio guy.
Oh, you're a Buckeye.
Born and bred. Been here my whole. I've moved other places. I always come back because I hate it, and I just want to be in Ohio.
If I cut your head off, Brutus might pop out of your body, but keep going.
Right. So I'm an Ohio State fan. I didn't go to Ohio State, but Ohio State is Ohio to me. The Buckeyes.
To a lot of people.
So I root for Ohio State. So that means that I hate Michigan, right? No.
You don't. You're one of the guys that don't.
I want Ohio State to beat Michigan.
Uh-huh.
But if Michigan's playing Texas,
you want to root for Michigan.
Michigan's Big Ten.
That's right.
I want to beat the snot out of Texas. That way when
I feel that way too, but you're in the minority. Just so you know. You're in the minority.
Now, do I trash talk Michigan?
Yes.
A lot.
Okay.
But
the diehard Buckeye fans, they root for 2 teams, Ohio State and who's ever playing Michigan. It's the same, though, for Kentucky. I have friends in Louisville. You either root for Louisville or who's playing UK.
Yeah.
Like there's these things that you're just ingrained with as a youngster, and people go with that.
Yeah, it's just but it's a little counterproductive. If you want the rivalry to mean something.
Oh, you want them to be good.
They have to be good. And
let's be both 10-0 when we play the game. Yeah.
Right. So did you mention and tell the folks that when you're here tomorrow, it's 2 p.m.?
Yes, 2 p.m. Let's come back and remind everybody. Usually we have a 5:30 card. Even Mr. Taylor looked at me a little different when I said we're here at 2 tomorrow. He did check. I thought it was a 1. Okay. Oh, no. 5:30. They call it the Businessman Special in Zanesville. It's always been 5:30 post, so you can come after work. Look at this, David Young. How about that?
He's famous.
He is famous.
He's not happy, though.
Why is he not happy?
First turn.
You not happy, Dave? You happy with the first turn? You happy with the first turn? No. He says he's not happy. Barry says.
Here are the horses for race 10. Trophy by M&C Trucking. Purse $5,159. 2-year-old filly trotters. 1 Lily Dilly Dunn. Naquel Harvey driving. 2 Ohio Cheerleader. Driver change here in Lehman. 3 Casino Bound in Brady Clemens. And the 4 I Want What I Want. Darren Harvey in the sulky. That's the field.
Field of 4 here for race 10, third division. 2-year-old filly trotters, $5,159 the purse. I'll kick it off here.
Start it off. Give us a 1.
Start it off. The 1 Lily Nilly Dunn. I think this is a 100% homebred for Team Harvey. Nikki Harvey will drive for Danita Harvey, who owns and trains Dilly Dunn filly out of the South Fork mare Dream of Jody. 6th career start, a 2nd place finish. Was off the gate last time out at Mansfield and then had trouble getting into it. She's just trying to figure out the business here. Right now, 14-1.
2-horse Ohio Cheerleader. Jerry Miller trains, drives, and co-owns with Crazy Parrot Farm. This one's 0 for 5 on the season, but does have 2 second-place finishes, and one of those second-place finishes came last time out at Jefferson, adding the trotting hobbles. Sometimes equipment changes make some
big differences, and this one had broke 2 starts prior to that. So inside post, Jerry driving 14-1.
Yeah, the line in there from Scioto Downs where it says fell before the start, she was acting up. They obviously had high hopes, put her in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs. It was well before the start. She didn't want to turn to go back to the gate. She reared up, got down, and when she got back up, she had injured herself. She cut herself or whatever, but that's what that fell before the start was. It was actually while they were turning to go to the gate. 3 is Casino Bound, daughter of Creatine Full Count Mare. Casey Clemens, a homebred for him. Eric Nelson rode. Brady Clemens drives. A win, a couple of seconds, and a third. Hasn't missed the board in 4 starts. Second place finish after running behind the gate at Athens last time out. Post 3, that's about the perfect spot it looks like here at Zanesville. Right now, your 1-5 favorite.
4 horse, I want what I want. Darren Harvey trains and drives this one for Wayne Mass, Callahan Racing. Darren Cohen's as well with Alan Miller. This one 1 for 4 on the season. Does have a 3rd place finish as well. $5,000 already in the hopper. And this one is currently 2-1, your second choice. That's your field of 4. Wilkenberg starting gates running for the penultimate. First half of the daily double. Here's Ayers with the call.
M&C Trucking, a purse $5,159 at the top of the stretch. Field of 4, and here they come. Here off into trotting. I want what I want. Goes out there looking for the lead. Ohio Cheerleader in second. Casino Bound is third. Over there to be 4th, that's Lily Dilly Dunn. Around the turn, they move on into the backstretch, and the leader, I want what I want, fronts about there by a length and a half. There in second is Ohio Cheerleader. Casino Bound in third, and the trailer is Lily Dilly Dunn as they go to the opening quarter. And out there with the lead, I want what I want. Shows her heels to the field, and their second Ohio Cheerleader in 32-2. Into the turn they go. Over there to be in third is Casino Bound, and the trailer, Lily Dilly Dunn. Traveling down here to the halfway mile mark of the race. And the leader, I want what I want. Ohio Cheerleader in second, Casino Bound in third, and the trailer, Lily Dilly Dunn. Moving down here and by the half, I want what I want. Gets them here in 105-1. Ohio Cheerleader is in their second, Casino Bound in third, and the trailer, Lily Dilly Dunn. Around the turn, they move into the backstretch on their way to 3/4. And the leader, I want what I want, has them by a length and a half. Ohio Cheerleader in second. Over there to be third is Casino Bound with Lily Dilly Dunn. To the 3/4 mile mark of the race, I want what I want, leads the way in 136-4. In their second is Ohio Cheerleader. Further on back, Casino Bound and Lily Dilly Dunn. Around the turn to the top of the stretch, I want what I want. Ohio Cheerleader gets out her pom-poms as they turn for home. I want what I want. Ohio Cheerleader in second. I want what I want. Wants to win. Ohio Cheerleader is there for second, and Lily Dilly Dunn is up for third. 208, 1/5.
Sometimes when we're at these fair circuits, we enjoy seeing the 3rd place race instead of the winner. I want what I want, got what he wanted, and that's going back to the winner's circle. Aaron Lehman did catch the pickup drive on Ohio Cheerleader, but we made a notation of this Nikki Harvey horse, Nicole Harvey. She had Lily Dilly Dunn slowly grinded into the lead of the horse that was sitting third, Casino Bound, and just picked that one up the wire to pick up a little bit more of that $5,000.
Yeah, I just like that. Just going to the quarter, like I told you, I said I just like what Nikki Harvey's doing with this horse. She's not fast enough to go for the win. Just trot, make it a good day, and that's how harness racing's like baseball. At the end of the year, if you've had more good days and bad years, bad days, you're gonna have a good season. And that filly, she's trying, man.
She was swinging at the wire, head back to forth, digging as much as she could.
pass a horse and get a little third place bone.
It's already official. 4-2-1 up on the board. 5 to win, 380 place, 280 exacta, 1440. Very popular numbers here. Mild upset with the 4. I want what I want. Darren John Harvey continues to have his good season. He's also got the top 2-year-old Colt Pacer right now in the state of Ohio. Don't truck with me.
Out of Judy Rogner's mare, Age of Consent. Judy Rogner, the breeder. So he had a brother previous year, Don't Touch My Truck.
Went back to the dam like the horse. Yep.
So Judy kept Don't Touch My Truck, and I think that Don't Truck With Me might have gone through the sale.
Yes, he did. They bought him at the sale.
The stands after winning the 10th race. It is the 4 I Want What I Want. 2-year-old brown filly. By Ready for Money. Out of I Want My Wood Dollars by Muscle Hill on by Wayne Mass Jr. Callum Racing. Darren Harvey and A. Miller. Darren Harvey trains and Darren Harvey reigns. 208-1. Lily Dilly Dunn was third. Ohio Cheerleader second. Casino Bound fourth. I Want What I Want. The winner. 3-2-4-1 on the bottom. 32-2. 105-1. 136-4. 208-1.
Race 10 is official. 4-2-1 on your tote board. That takes us to my favorite race, the free-for-all. We have all these on the circuits. Usually they save the last race for best. $1,000 pot. We've got 7 horses signed on. We're going to tell you all about those entrants after these brief messages.
Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit OhioHorseJobs.com. That's OhioHorseJobs.com.
Welcome back to the Muskingum County Fair in Zanesville, Ohio. We've got sun, blue skies.
What is that?
And rainbows.
Sun, you said? That's what that is?
Yeah.
Huh.
Throw that leg out there. Let's start working on it. Didn't look like it was going to be this way a couple hours ago around 2 p.m. But, and there was a point in time, too, I thought some of our equipment might be blown away. But everything stayed in place, and we ended up getting a nice cart in here. And I'll probably even be able to get my car moved because I was parked kind of in a watery area. So who knows? I might need a motorboat on the end of it to get back over to 70. But as long as I can get to Roosters, I'm okay.
I did a midlife crisis deal.
Okay.
I just always wanted a Jeep. So I traded the Danger Ranger in.
I liked you in the Danger Ranger.
Yeah, I traded it in on a Jeep. And the more that I drive it, the more I like it.
We go back to happy days.
It's not fast. It doesn't get good gas mileage. It's not the smoothest ride I've ever had. But I like it.
You still love it.
I like it. And the more I drive it, the more I like it.
Is it a Rubicon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got lucky. I always find good deals on the internet. That's where I got the Danger Ranger, the Rubicon it's got all the nice stuff that you can put on a Jeep. It has.
Okay.
I don't know why they would put leather seats in a Jeep, but they're there. I like them, whatever.
So Barry's happy. He's in a happy place, right?
Yeah, so I'm not worried about getting out of here. I thought too low and right on out, but or 4 low, I mean, and get right on out. This is these free for alls
fun.
Well,
love them.
We can drive them and race them. This is right up Scioto Downs alley where I say that let's race them, boys. Just have to figure out who's going to drive what, because they reported Andre Nard was going to drive the 4.
Well, we do got a scratch here. 3's out.
Three's out? Okay.
Yeah, 3's out.
So he's going to
3
drive
and
the
the
4.
6 are both out here. So, yeah, Andre will go into the 4.
And then Derek Flowers was listed on 1 and 7. So.
Yeah, we'll have to get that change.
You think was that an early change taking Sweet Illusion out, or was that a weather change, or did they just see that horse in the first race go 56 and they're like, well, we were
In
going
full disclosure, I was on my way to the ribeye steak sandwich, which is the Cattleman on the backstretch, and I got no changes. So I don't know. That could have been an early one or it could have been a weather-related one.
Just wondering after.
I was anxious to see Sweet Illusion race, I'm not going to lie.
I just wonder after Hunka went in 56 if they were like, well,
our goal is not to get the track record now.
Dropped it by a 2nd and a 5th.
It's pretty impressive.
Right off the rip. Welcome to Zanesville.
Yep.
And looked real good doing it.
I like that horse a lot. I've watched him race at the pari-mutuels and the fairs. He's pretty much in my circuit that I cover, and that horse has a lot of go.
52 last year as a 3-year-old, and then there's been some nice – there aren't any cupcakes at race. I mean, there's nice horses that come to this fair. So to lower the track record at this spot by a 2nd, that's pretty good.
I know they have a board down there somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that Derek Wadaker had the track record in 57 and 1. I'm going to go out on a limb and think it was his. So
I'll tell you what, it might have been like a brother or sister to Sweet Illusion out of Rose Run Skylar, or it might have been Rose Run Skylar. I can't remember.
Could have been. I was here the day it happened, too. I do know that. Because ever since we've been covering the fairs for the OHHA, this is one of my ones I never give up. I love coming here for the food, the nostalgia, and I like that the fans, when you can interact with the horses, I think that's important. I know the horsemen don't like that as much because you got to walk through the crowds to get on and off the track, the 2 gates here. But I just think that part of what we're in the entertainment business, and if you're going to entertain, you want people to see your stars.
Yeah.
So
it looks like Brady Clemens on the 1. So that'll take – there you go. Brady Clemens on the 1. You know, the other thing about that, everybody talks about the Ohio program, and there is a place for everybody to race. You can make money just about anywhere.
Anywhere.
You got the raceways, you've got Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, Buckeye Claiming Series, you've got the Fair Stakes, you've got overnights at the fairs, you've got like non-winners of 1 condition claimers, non-winners of 1,000 at Scioto. There is literally a class for every horse. If you have a Grand Circuit horse and you need one, if you want to go on the Open at Northfield or Scioto Downs, because that's the kind of rodeo that those are now. But the thing that is like amazing to me, and because I see the horses like on a regular basis 5 days a week, and I forget to do this, is that, when we used to go and see the Grand Circuit horses at Delaware and then compare them, like say on Jug Day, you go and you see the 2-year-olds in the Standardbred, the Grand Circuit horse 2-year-olds in the Standardbred, and you're like, wow, look at them 2-year-olds. And then the 2-year-olds, that raced earlier that week that they were the Ohio sires, they look like yearlings next to them. It's not like that anymore. We got major sires, major mares, major sales, major stakes, and the 2-year-olds now look like the best in the sport are supposed to. And it shows up when you see these races like at the Meadowlands last week and all those big races, and there was literally Ohio breds all over the program.
Yeah, the Ohio bred program is number 1 in the sport, I believe now. I know some people would still argue about that because Kentucky's program's really picked up too. But what I do like is if you do breed and race in Ohio, like you just mentioned with all those things, there's a spot for you depending on the competition level. The track record, Steve Taylor did have a Huff's Guide here. MJ's Reflection, 157-1, 2021. I believe that was the 2nd year we did our broadcast. I was here that day, MJ's Reflection. Doesn't say it in here, but I'm pretty sure it was on was Derek Wadaker. But I do know this 100%. The trot record here is 57-3 past the vape and that was done in 2020, and that was Derek Wadaker. So I still think that he has both. I really believe that. But thank you very much, Steve, as always, for your statistical analysis there.
He reminds me of Bob Euchre's Color Man from.
Yeah. Do you want to add anything? No.
Yeah. You're not the best color man in the league for nothing. He doesn't say anything, but he comes up with all the information.
All the information. He's wonderful. Yeah. More nostalgia while we're talking about here. The 2-horse Hillbilly Payson Hill, Charlie Myers. Charlie's a local Pennsylvania guy, raced out of the Meadows. I believe he's had a horse in this race every year. He had another Hillbilly horse. I want to say a Hillbilly Payson Tail. I could be wrong on the names because, like these VH horses, a lot of them run together. But this is Hillbilly Payson Hill. But Hillbilly Payson Tail either won it last year or the year before. But Charlie always brings one over for the free-for-all. And it's kind of neat. It's like a tradition. His son, Christian, drives. His other son, Luke Myers, drives as well, Lucas Myers. But great horseman, good guy. And another person that's driving, this was his only horse in today. So you're talking someone that drove 200 miles, 110, 20 miles, 150 miles to come over and race for $1,000. And that's what makes this race even that much more appealing and fun. It's just not about the money. It's about the game, too, and the competition. So shout out to Charlie if he's listening. And here's your post-parade.
Here are the horses for the upcoming 11th race. Your free-for-all, a purse $1,000 trophy by Muskingum County Commissioners. 1, Heavy Pressure. Driver change, Brady Clemens. 2, Hillbilly Payson Hill, Christian Myers. 3 is out. 4 is Floozy. Driver change, Andre Nerid. 5, Dragon Medicine, Alex Hawk. 6 is out. 7, Flippin' Liz, Derek Flowers in the sulky. That's
Here you go, the free-for-all pace, $1,000 purse. Here we have the horses signed on. The 1, Heavy Pressure, make the driver Brady Clemens. Brady Clemens will drive. Derek Flowers trains this one for Latoya Hullett. 0 for 3 on the season, but look last year, 10 and 21 first, second, or third. A mark of 53 at Oak Grove. One of the reasons I love these races, these are old-class horses. This 7-year-old stallion by Real Desire, 49 and 4 at Oak Grove as a 4-year-old, $177,000 in the earnings. 122 starts, 32 wins, 20 seconds, 22 1/3. This horse knows the way around the racetrack, draws the coveted rail. Should be a big factor here. Currently 5-1.
Yeah, he's probably going to find plenty of girlfriends after his racing career is over as well. 2, Hillbilly Payson Hill for the aforementioned Charles Myers, who owns and trains Christian Myers, the driver. 22 career wins, 104 starts, coming off of a 3rd at the Wellston Fair in the Signature Series there. 1 of 8 this year. That win down in Virginia at Woodstock in 155 is 9-2 on the board.
3 horses been withdrawn. Takes us the 4-horse Floozy. Andre Nerid trains and drives this one. Walker Racing owns 3 at 10 this year. 53 and 3 at Northfield, and that was 2 back with Danny Noble on a bike. First Lasix. This is a girl against the boys here. We get all kinds of mix. Girls, boys, geldings. Floozy is currently 3-5. Your betting favorite.
5 is 5-2. Dragon Medicine. Shelby Cheadle trains for Richard Owens from MacArthur, Ohio. It's not Ohio racing without an Owens. Somewhere in the races, Alex Hawk will drive 1 of 10 this year. That was a win at Scioto in 53. That was 3 starts back. Follow that up with 52 and 4. 3rd place finish, 3rd at the Piketon Fair in the free-for-all last out. Beaten favorite was Shelby Cheadle in the bike. Over $150,000 in career earnings, 5-2.
6 horses been withdrawn. Takes us to 7. Flippin' Liz, who will start from the second tier. Derek Flowers trains and drives for Nelson Wade. This one's 0 for 9 on the season. Does have a 2nd place finish. Last year was 6 of 10, 25,000. One of the younger horses in the race is just a 3-year-old filly, kind of still learning her game. Maybe why Derek decided to drive her, keep her educated. She's 25-1. And that is your compact field of 5 owners race, going for $1,000 to finish off day 1. We'll send it up to the voice. Ayers Ratliff for the call.
Pacers at the top of the stretch for the 11th race. It's the getaway race, and here they come. and pacing Dragon Medicine hustled away, trying to look for the lead. Hillbilly Payson Hill is along the inside. Heavy Pressure is in third, and losing stride was Floozy. Floozy made a nasty break as they move on into the backstretch. So out there with the lead, Hillbilly Payson Hill. In their second is a Dragon Medicine. Then you have Heavy Pressure in third, Flippin' Liz in fourth, and far, far back to Floozy. They go to the opening fraction, and out there with the lead, it is still Hillbilly Payson Hill. The quarter in 29-3. In their second, Dragon Medicine. Heavy Pressure is in third. Over there fourth, Flippin' Liz. And the distant Floozy. Down here to the halfway mile mark of the race, and on top with the lead, Hillbilly Payson Hill. In their second, Dragon Medicine. It is Heavy Pressure in third, Flippin' Liz in fourth, and Floozy halfway home in 1 minute 4/5. Around the turn, they'll head for the backstretch. Hillbilly Payson Hill, the 6-year-old, leads the way. In their second is Dragon Medicine. Losing contact now is Heavy Pressure. Getting by that one, Flippin' Liz. And the race is on as they go to 3/4, popping the pocket. Here comes Dragon Medicine. And Dragon Medicine goes to the lead. Hillbilly Payson Hill is in second. 3/4, 1:31-4. Moving around the final turn, Alex Hawk and Dragon Medicine. They've opened up by 3, by 4 as they come to the top of the stretch in their second, Hillbilly Payson Hill. If this was a fight, they'd stop it. It's Dragon Medicine. Dragon Medicine in charge here. Finishing second, Hillbilly Payson Hill. Flippin' Liz is third. 2:01 3/5.
2:01-3, not a bad mile to finish off the day. 3-5 favorite in the first turn, didn't make it through. Made a nasty break there, and that left the race up top to the 2. Hillbilly Payson Hill left the gate very hard, as well as the 5, Dragon Medicine. Those two single filed it through the first turn all the way to 3/4 pole. Alex Hawk said he's seen enough sitting in a 2-hole. Did deuce popped, came out and attacked that one. Cleared relatively easy and opened up lengths in a stretch. So very nice win, good drive, and nice minor upset. Second choice at 5-2. 2-horse Hillbilly Payson Hill does hold second at 3-1. And rounding out, Flippin' Liz, the 3-year-old filly at 30-1, hits the bottom of the try.
Yeah, put a little note next to Floozy. Does not run well.
No, she does not. That was a pretty nasty break for a while. We thought she might even go down, but again, these half-mile tracks, a lot tighter turns, a lot different circumferences. She'll live to race another day, but no doubt about the winner today. Dragon Medicine 5-2, going to lease spray back 720, 740. Did get $153 in the win pool. We had good wagering here today. As we weight that one back to the winner's circle, and it is official already, 5277, 2280, 340. No show tickets on the 7. We've got a try, all 5-2 all, and a Quinella 2480. So good mutuals. Check your tickets just in case there might be some all tickets that did get paid. But we're back here tomorrow, so we got coverage here again tomorrow, 2 p.m. Normally we have a 5:30 post in Zanesville, but they have it 2 p.m. tomorrow. I believe we've got 12 or 13 races, so make sure you come back and join us tomorrow.
I'm glad you could have me today. I haven't heard anything about tomorrow. I told all the people, all the bosses and whatnot that send me wherever.
We'd love to see it tomorrow if it works out. I'll be here tomorrow, so if not, it'd be great to tell some more stories.
I don't know if I got any more.
Well, we'll make some up.
I might have told them all today.
After winning the 11th race, it is the 5, Dragon Medicine. 5-year-old bay-goated son of Fear the Dragon and a Modern Medicine by Jenna's Beach Boy, owned by Richard Owings. Shelby Cheadle is the trainer. Alex Hawk, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:01-3. Trophy by Muskingum County Commissioners. Heavy Pressure 4th. Hillbilly Payson Hill was 2nd. Sweet Illusion scratched. Floozy 5th. Dragon Medicine the winner. Sapphire Love Chip scratched. Flippin' Liz was 3rd. 4-2 scratch, 5-1 scratch, 3 on the bottom, 29-3. 1 minute 4 fifths, 131 and 4, 201 and 3.
I just want to, the owner there, Richard Owens, is I believe it was his brother,
Passed away.
Earl Owens.
Yeah.
Everybody called him Buckskin. He passed away, and Buck had all those horses for years for Esther Kronhofer from MacArthur, Ohio, all the Crown Time horses and stuff. Just a harness racing family there, winning there in that one. So I always enjoyed all those horses, the Crown Time horses, and Buck racing the horses, and Shelby Cheadle now taking over the training and having some good luck. Doing well with Arbin at Scioto Downs, too.
Yeah, I love that horse. Good overnight horse. With that said, that wraps up today's coverage. On behalf of the OHHA, Barry Vickroy, Steve Taylor, this is Don Tiger.